Cheers, Stell. We actually get chloride on board potentially. So but that might take a little bit longer for the start, guys. Sorry. Uh, okay, we're gonna start in a minute. Lloyd gonna join us later. We're gonna go into Dudaya versus Baghdadi first here. Yeah, let's get this party started. Okay, so here we go, everybody. A bit of WARNO action on a Friday afternoon. Baghdadi versus Dudayev here in Division 3 as the first one. Two veteran players of the WARNO League scene. Not with the biggest success so far in their past tournaments, but both improving regularly. Baghdadi also a big player in the wargame Red Dragon times. Yeah, Dudayev really active over the last year especially. And an interesting first matchup here on Vertigo, a classic Vertigo matchup to some extent here. We have seen that matchup a good couple of times before, as Dudayev is bringing around first Armored, whilst Baghdadi brings around 5th Panzer on the other side. So this is gonna be a quite interesting matchup for sure. We have a couple of Gazelle rockets here coming up as well. 5th Panzer, in my eyes at the moment, some of the best tanks in the game. The Leo 1A5s are decent again nowadays, and the Leo 2A3s and 2A4s are really cost efficient for what they do nowadays, especially since M1A1s and T80BVs got price nerfed. Their efficiency, obviously, in comparison to the other tanks, has gone up. They are really fast boys. They have a good gun. You only have to be careful with the side shots, and especially so with first UK now getting Milan 2s on their warriors, and as they will one-shot you with any side hit there, so you gotta be careful there. A good couple of Milan 2s coming around. Chieftain, Mark 11, can wipe the floor with Leo 1A5, but will struggle to hold up against any Leos here, so interesting position for the Chieftains. The Chieftain Mark 9 coming in here as well in the north. Bit lower range, but still good enough firepower here to deal with a Leo if it gets in range. And on the other side, we have a lot of Transport Panzer Fuchs with Pioneer Flamme, Milan 2s here. No Transport Panzer Fuchs with Milan though, which is an interesting choice, as I feel like the Milan is always worth it on these things. If you get a unit in a Fuchs, get it in a Fuchs Milan. Meanwhile, Lux is going around. One already going in here for a long way around thing here. But Gazelle rockets coming in nicely as well. SAS patrol coming in. Rover CP. Gonna get a capture here in the rear. And then move into the frontline zone. As we have Gazelle rockets coming in here center. Ooh, Milan 2 immediately taken out. That's a good kill there. Gazelle trying to retaliate. Fuchs in the north in a lot of trouble. Smokes in the wrong direction. Gets smoked because of that by the Milan 2. Whilst we have a Scimitar pushing up here as well. Pioneer Flamme coming in to help out here in the north. Milan 2 with a hot action. This time on the wrong target though. Diltas gets out alive. Gepard should maybe try to find another pathing though, as the Milan 2 is still in the way. In the middle, Fuchs and Pioneer Flamme going down. Banshbear versus SAS. It should go towards the SAS here in this fight. So both sides engaging heavily there in that CQC fight. Gepard coming in against the Gazelles. Barely out of range of this Milan 2. Now gets closer. And yeah, that's potentially the end of the Gepard here. Does the first missile find its mark? Yes, it does. And that's a big problem here for Baghdadi. Chieftain pushing forward. Pretty heavily damaged. Fanchbear the north. They win the duel against the Scout Law. There, the Fanchbear for sure are the more elite unit in here. Actually, they might win the fight as well, as the sniper rifle isn't used, but the satchel charges is also not close enough to be thrown. So with the HK-21, the Fanchbear has just barely more firepower, and it will barely win that fight there. MP5s on both sides obviously involved as well. SAS patrol over here, taking some good damage from the Leo 1A5 as well. Might allow Baghdadi here to push the Fanchbear up as well. The rifles are dangerous with their low 80, but you can overwhelm them if you see them. Question is just, will they be spotted, or will the law 80 here now murder these vehicles? Scimitar finishing off the job. Should have gotten involved earlier, then the SAS patrol would have survived there. But it's a devastating fight here from the get-go on both sides. Lux finds the rifles. The north going pretty well for Dudayev. The south not so much. So we, in the end, have kind of the old split here coming up again. Looks, though, going a bit too deep here. This is not where you want to go with the looks. Not like that. Rifles finds the kill. Looks in the rear, going for some sneaky action. Have some tornadoes in the sky. We have a Roland 3 rolling up. Just has to be careful with this Milan 2. Fox leader in the north evacuating as well, whilst the chieftains are pushing through. Do we have any Leo 2s on the battlefield now? No, still only Martyrs and Foxes. One Leo 1A5 in the south. The rifles here doing their job. And that is really an opportunity that Baghdadi should use here right now, that there is nothing down here, but with the loss of the looks and no other follow-up, I don't see that happening anytime soon, and that's a big mistake, especially as Dudayev is doing the push in the north. We see a Transportpanzer Fuchs here pushing forward against the Lynx. Coming in as well, Chieftain Mark 9s and Mark 11 pushing up. Will threaten the open terrain here. Roland and the Martyrs need to be careful. F4 actually being pushed onto the Lynx. We'll have to be careful with a Tornado around as well. Tornado running somewhat low on fuel here, but should have enough left. Oh, no, it's being called home here. Deal with the F4F. Looks, we'll have to be careful. It doesn't want to engage the Chieftain. The Chieftain won't die to the 20mm autocannon, and then in return the Chieftain will smoke the looks. One Gazelle rocket here gets killed off. The others set up for reloading. Not spotted by the F4F there. And in the end, a stalemate after all. After really hot action here in the beginning of the game. Both sides now stabilizing slowly. The Leo 1A5s and the first Leo 2A4. That one for sure has the capabilities to deal with the Chieftain. Tornado number 2 around though now behind this F4F. F4F has to be careful there. A lot of missiles flying towards it. It will make it out alive though. The Skyflash Super Temp, not the most efficient of the missiles out there. Meanwhile, Chieftain coming up here. Mitar rotating around, looks in the south, gets got by the Chieftain. Did reveal itself there with its fire. Meanwhile, in the north, Fanspeer and Pioneer Flam, no AT options here on any of these units. The Chieftain and the Warrior have an easy time. As soon as they spot the enemy, Rover gets in there as well. Might have to be a bit careful there with how close it gets to the Fanspeer, but we'll make it out there. Scouts get lost, that's a bit unfortunate. The other units should be able to clean this up though in the end. +1 here now for Dudayev. Right side. Have Panzer Grenadier Martyr pushing forward. Pioneer Flam coming in as well. Alouette flying around in the north. We have more Leo 2s rolling in here. And if they can take some good engagements here, the Chieftains might be having a bad time. Tornado HE actually overkill in the north. The units already died before the bombs landed. But better safe than sorry. Whilst in the middle and in the south, Baghdadi with a bit more units, but not in any commanding position yet. No Milan 2s here to shut down the reinforcements. Only the Panzer Grenadier and the Pioneer Flam. No push into the southern sector here. So Baghdadi maybe a bit too occupied with trying to fight the stuff in the north. Should maybe push their own advantage here further in the south, as there is a lot of open ground there. That focusing on trying to come to fight these chieftains. Leo will win this fight if the chieftain takes it. So yeah, good reaction here, smoking off. Leo taking 3 damage there. Chieftain taking 6 out of that hit. So 1 more and the chieftain is history. Martyr gets the side shot. Chieftain goes down. Alouette coming in to spot the next chieftain. Scimitar at least gets the Panzer Grenadier, but that's not really the same as a chieftain. Scimitar in the middle gets killed off by the Panzer Grenadier over here. Milan of the Martyrs trying to engage. So here, Milan 2, really important. Hellarm, that's good units to hunker down here on this point and keep the enemy out. Milan 2 missile flying towards the Marder. Does miss with the first one, but the Marder will have to be really, really careful there. We'll have to get the hell out. Smoke should be dropped. Maybe already out. As this Milan 2 most likely... Ooh, just barely not finding its mark there once more. Marder does survive for now. Artillery in some shape or form, or bombs would be good against the Milan 2 here now. But we don't have any bombers yet for Baghdadi. And air superiority so far on the side of Dudayev with the tornadoes. F4F not quite good enough to deal with that. You have a lot of the F4Fs, but if the tornadoes get microed well, they just can kite them from afar and bait them over track trappiers AA whenever the F4F wants to engage. So they can't guarantee you air dominance in this matchup. Jaegers being pushed back. Scimitar gets killed off by a Leo 2A4. A bit risky here with the Chieftain on the flank. Milan 2 obviously a big risk as well. The Milan 2 finds its mark. The Leo 2A3 helps out its brother in there, eliminating the Chieftain on the side. So that is good. A bit more supply now necessary here on the front line. We instead get Panzermörser. Interesting idea as well. I like that to just constantly barrage this area too. Mörsers nowadays quite potent, the 120mm especially. If you get them somewhat close to the enemy so that they are more accurate, they can tax the enemy decently. The issue though is that both Leos are now in a state where you don't want to further engage with them because they're just one hit away from being killed off and they are too expensive to risk that. So yeah, supplies units are needed. Even more artillery coming in, but yeah, there we go. 3 Unimogs finally coming in. That is super important here. Leo helping out from a safe distance here at the moment against the armored rifles. Harder coming in as well. The Bedford should move a bit because the Milan at the moment out of ammo, and that allows these Marders to roam around. That's pretty unfortunate here for Dudayev. Yeah, if it would be just 10 meters further south, the Milan 2 here would be reloaded. As it stands, the Marders actually can help quite nicely in the infantry fight. Down south, still a stalemate. Dudayev bringing in a couple units, but it's still not a safe amount here. 1 or 2 more units of Baghdadi and the push here would absolutely be possible again. It is instead Dudayev though who brings more units in here. We get 2 warriors and a chieftain who set up a good position there. Warriors over here now helping out against the Jaegers as well. So both sides there with some decent autocannons fire support. Milan 2 pushed out. A strong Milan 2 position here on the side of Baghdadi. Getting the unit up into the most forward building. Coming in with a ATGM and finding the Chieftain Mark 11 there. Really, really strong hit. Making it once more harder to deal with the Leo 2s. As the Fuchsführer comes in here as well. There is no CV in here anymore for Dudayev, so the Fuchsführer will be able to capture it, at least for a second, until the Challenger does arrive. Rover is around as well, so the capture ain't for long. Dudayev also completely abandoning the north is an interesting situation as well. We have a Gepard around, but the Gepard actually a bit too close here. Might be killed off by the Gazelle rockets. Finds the Hellarm first, that's fortunate. Will get stunned down here though before it can find the kill. More Gazelle rockets on top of it. The other ones already fired their rockets off though, so no kill on the Gepard. Otherwise, these 5 here would have gotten the kill there. Now they should evacuate again. The Hellarm does fall. The Gepard is pretty stressed out, so its accuracy is not great, but it still gets some damage done. Meanwhile, infantry cleaned out here in the center again. Dudayev holds the town for now. The Fuchs leader is pushed back. Gepard coming into the range of the warrior. That's not where you want to be. Leo 283 maybe could help out. Gepard barely surviving here. Well, it's the Leo 283, yeah. Rolls in to try to find a shot. Martyr versus Warrior. Martyr not one-shotting the Warrior with their ATGM. Gets the hit though. But the Warriors will one-shot the Martyrs if they find the hit. 2 misses in a row there. Unfortunate for Dudayev. The Martyrs really need to run now. Trying to get the hell out. Warrior Bleak does fall now to the Leo. Leo coming around, trying to find the second one as well. A good couple of engagements here for Baghdadi in a row. But we see some chieftains coming up now in the south. The push is set up here for Dudayev, but 2 strong Milan 2 positions here on the side of Baghdadi. No recon units to spot them. So I'm not too confident in Dudayev's capabilities of pushing here yet. We have a scout coming up. The Gepard here blocking any Gazelle rocket action in the south. We have another Leo 2A4 push here. It got repaired, so has enough hit points to survive there. Coming back towards the Unimox to get another repair going on. It's artillery of the Panzermörser here. Trying to hit the Milans and the armored rifles. Doing some damage there. Fuchsfuhrer coming around. Milan 2 finally in the top spot in the center. Helping out. Contesting the reinforcement road. Contesting the main road in the middle. Keeping any tanks from rotating around here as well. So a really, really strong spot to fight from. Challenger Mark II. Moving in. Into the range of the Milan 2 though. Oh, that's dangerous. Dudayev getting it out of line of sight there in time though. But the Panzermörsers keep up their the fireworks. M109. A bit too far in the rear for my liking. It should be positioned around here or so. Or up here. So that it is a bit more accurate. But it still will do a decent amount of damage here. As we have Fanspeer. So the directed shot system is active, giving them more accuracy. That's in the center. Panzer Grenadiers versus Assault Pioneers. That's not a great engagement for the Panzer Grenadiers, especially not in the shock range. The TNT taking out the first spot already nearly there, and the Assault Pioneers in general just with more firepower there. Panzer Grenadiers trying to take the fight there. We have a couple more Fuchses coming around with fire support of all these vehicles. The situation obviously looks different. We have a Tornado HE coming in. What can that do? Roland and Gepard on its tail. Not able to find any great hits yet. The Tornado HE, decent damage onto the Martyr. Gets the Fuchs killed, but no kills onto the Martyrs themselves. The Milan 2 might do that job though. If it doesn't get smoked by the Martyr, it's out of the building right now. Trying to find a better line of sight, but that leaves it vulnerable. Martyr 20mm cannon is stressed out here, so can't find the hits either. But at least finds the supply truck. Pioneers here finding the push as well. And the rifles in the south being taken out. It looks pretty good here for Baghdadi right now. Just needs to get the CV in here. Challenger in danger of being overwhelmed by Leos potentially as well. The Milan gets dodged here. We have a cluster tornado coming in. Ooh, clusters dropping directly onto the Challenger, getting it down to 2 hit points. Tornado does die to the AA on the other side. Tornadoes and drag drop here is a bit too much there. Leo eats a Milan 2, so the Challenger might survive for now here, as the next Leo 2 A4 comes up. A lot of fire towards the Challenger now. Milan 2 under fire as well. Challenger goes down. One of the Leo 2A4s does die in the, for it though, but the +2 here coming up now for Baghdadi will start to catch up to Dudayev's 657 points here. Artillery killing off another infantry unit potentially here in the south, making it even harder for these chieftains and warriors to push. Milan 2 finds a line of sight. Warrior most likely out of range here though. Yeah, doesn't get hit anymore. We have a pretty bloody push for Baghdadi, but it's working out so far. The mortar support constantly stressing out units, killing off a couple of infantry soldiers as well. But the modders need to find some line of sight here. Getting into this forest here would be the big win, as from there you can really hit the reinforcement road nicely. The new buildings here make it a bit easier to come back into the zone on both sides. These buildings are really a great addition to help out fighting the zone. Before that, this area and this area were just a big no man's land. So it helps out getting back in, but it's still not an easy task if you ever get pushed out. Gepard and Roland should do the job there on the Harrier, though 3 infantry units did die as well. So not a terrible trade there for Dudayev, though not a great one either. This time around it's only 1 infantry unit for the 2nd Harrier. At the same time though, Leo 2A3 gets taken out as well. We have more armored support here potentially for Dudayev here. Striker gets a kill. Martyrs dying. 1 warrior gets taken out as well, at least. But the Milan 2 from the north doing a fantastic job. Martyr numbers dropping pretty low. Leo 2A4 should be repaired and should get its stress bar low before coming back in here. It's a 0 veterancy Leo 2A4, by the way. Only upvetted thanks to the Fuchs Führer. You shouldn't use your Leo 2A4s like that in my eyes, as they are too expensive to be left out to the chance of being routed so quickly. Yes, you get a couple more of them, but they are such valuable units that you want to have a bit more efficiency with them usually. +2 here still ticking. We have half time now, 20 minutes still remaining. More tornadoes coming around, more Harriers coming around as well. Dudayev really wants to play the air spam game here, but the AA on the side of Baghdadi holding out quite decently right now, as the mortars come around once more. Tornado right to hit Panzer Grenadiers here, doing some good damage. +2 situation does still stand. Armored rifles trying to come in here. Really on top of the chieftains. We have 2 M109s here now. Once more a bit too far in the rear for my liking, but they start to do some damage here for sure. Should for sure focus on the Milan 2 positions. If you take all of those out, your Leopard 2s can roam freely, and that's where the division is the strongest, when your Marder and Leo 2 and Leo 1 formations can roam around and bring the pain to the enemy. Hunt down enemy chieftains, as they are way faster than the chieftain. 45km off-road versus 72km off-road. An insane speed difference there between those 2 tanks. Leo 2A4 gets another kill here on a warrior. And Marders do a good job as well. The constant Mörser bombardment doing a pretty good job as well. Looks like Baghdadi is in a really solid spot here right now. We see more Gazelle rockets coming up. Normal warrior Milans, not with the only with the normal Milan, a bit cheaper for it, and also coming in with a cheap gun group inside, so quite a bit cheaper than the armored rifles with the applique in the combination. We have more of those in the south though. M109 here on the side of Dudayev has fired a couple of times by now, though not the most efficient hits so far. More chieftains coming in. Panzer Mörser rolling forward. And I feel like Baghdadi really has this part of the map somewhat under control now. So the buildings start to get dismantled here, so it starts to become less of an infantry combat area. As you can see here now, the line of sight over here a lot more open than it was a couple of minutes ago, just because all these buildings are completely destroyed. Opening the line of sight through them. They themselves still give stealth bonus if you have your infantry in them, but yeah, the vision through them now is more open, so we actually might see some bigger tank combat in the north in the future. M109 here trying to deal with enemy warriors. Same time though, Milan 2 under fire as well. That's a great target for the M109. It finds the kill. The warrior might survive here as there is no accurate shot on this one, and as I said, the M109's too far in the rear there, too inaccurate, so the warrior does survive here for now, even without movement. Bit of a mistake there by Udayev not rotating that around. Meanwhile, in the center, lots of mortar fire coming up. Smoke might be more important here though now than actual HE mortar fire. Leo 283 trying to rotate around, getting a warrior or two. Gun groups don't have any AT, so they can't really do anything about it. They can spot it at least though, which obviously is already somewhat helpful. Leo 284 in the south. Striker fired all 10 missiles here. That's unfortunate for Dudayev right now that it can't fire another missile on the Leo 284, but pretty impressive Striker situation here that a Striker that gets all 10 missiles out already did its job. Leo 283 in the south here being routed by the bombs. That's once more a Leo 283 without any veterancy. The one in the north really stressed as well. And that's the issue. If you don't put veterancy onto your Leos, their stress situation becomes pretty bad pretty quickly, and then they recover quite slowly as well, leading to them being way less accurate and having a way lower rate of fire than you would like them to have. Also being slower due to it. The low cohesion reducing your aim time by 18%, reload speed by 40%, accuracy 75, movement speed by 15. So yeah, the Leo isn't the super strong vehicle that it could be, but for now they are holding. A bit more supply once more necessary here to fix them up, but no chieftain and challenger numbers here big enough to really challenge them. There are enough ATGMs to hold the line here now for Dudayev, but Dudayev needs to get into the north here again, not just hold the line, as Baghdadi has overtaken now in the point lead. Really landing around here, armored rifles and chieftains getting killed off. Good artillery hits here in the south. Good kill into the scout law. Will find the warrior this time around as well. Thanks to the Fanspare, this part is under accurate fire, so the long distance of the M109s don't matter as much. Armored rifles get stopped as well. Dudayev with a bit of a desperate push here. Leos find a kill. Milan 2 coming in with a shot as well. Milan 2 in the center here. Super good spot. Yeah, this armored push of Dudayev with too little support. The Harriers maybe should have focused their bombardment that they did with the suicide rounds earlier in the north onto the south. Then the tanks might have already been able to break through. But without artillery and air support, doing tank pushes onward go at the moment is really, really risky. We have seen it a couple of times the last couple of days. And yeah, we see the surrender here. GVP. As Baghdadi takes the win here. Dudayev losing game number 1. Yeah, we will see how game number 2 goes after a short break. here we go. Game number 2. Once more, 5th Panzer here on the left side for Baghdadi. Dudayev switching up to 7th Panzer, as we are on 2 lakes. We have a good couple of Spezialaufklärer here. Couple of T-72s coming up already. 3 CVs actually. Seems like Dudayev really wants to get a point lead there in the first couple of minutes in this battle. That's on the other side. Once more, it's set up without tanks for Baghdadi so far. The Leos really just came in quite late there last game in this Division 3 duel. And yeah, guys, if you want to have a bit more enjoyment out of League, a bit more, I want to fever a bit more with the players when they play, and you want to have your own little team, consider joining the Fantasy League today. We will stop the sign up for Fantasy League teams today, so if you haven't picked a team yet, come around and get it picked today. Send me a list with your picks, and then we gonna set that up. Gonna upgrade the whole stats then also later today. So yeah, we already have a good couple of teams. There will also be a prize in the end. Yeah, we're still figuring that out right now, but more information about that tomorrow as well. So if you want to have a bit of more fun, check out the Fantasy League team, pick your favorite players, and let them fight for you, and have a bit more involvement in the leagues, even no matter if you're a player in it yourself or not. Just yeah, having your favorite players gaining you some points there as well. It's just like tipping for football tournaments. Obviously, the Euro Cup coming up today as well. Let's see how badly the German team will do this time around, or if they actually will manage to do quite decently once more after the last couple of somewhat terrible tournaments. Yeah, let's see. Baghdadi versus Dudayev coming up. Sorry guys. Afterwards, there you go. Yeah, DM me your picks on Discord. I'll set you up there. Looks coming up in Bench Bear. Bring up, well, Spezialaufklärer on the other side. There. To try to prevent that. Spezialaufklärer, 6 hit points. Bench Bear, 6 hit points, both having submachine guns. So one is better than the other. The MP5, a really, really good one. And yeah, both sides having a sniper rifle as well. But no TNT or anything like that. And no AT on the side of the Bench Bear though. So SBW here could be quite helpful if it stays outside of the looks. Meanwhile, Lux is staying outside of the AT range of the Spezialaufklärer here as well. So the big fight here breaking out right at the beginning of this game. Pioneers coming up. Spezialaufklärer trying to retreat out of there. We have one more Spezialaufklärer versus Jägeraufklärer fight this time around here in the south. MiG-21 Bis. Ooh, coming in with a hot run. Good micro there by Baghdadi. Getting out of the building before the MiG-21 finds its mark. Alouette scouting in the south. T-72s now rolling up here. 3 of them hitting the Jägeraufklärer already. Lux goes down over here. Whilst the Pioneers and the Spezialaufklärer holding out in the center. Spezialaufklärer do survive both. So the MPLB can nourish them back up to full strength. There's little AT here, so the T-72s can go and do some damage as well. SPW Conquerors actually being used here in the north. Little HGM vehicle finding the kill on the Lux before the Lux can get on target there with its autocannon. T-72s now pushing in here. Jägeraufklärer hitting them frontally, only dealing 1 damage with each hit with the Panzerfaust 44, so not really a big danger as long as it stays with frontal hits. And they get hit pretty hard now as well. The Tornado Cluster, a bigger danger though. Gets the T-72 leader here really low. It just barely made it to the other parts of that cluster hit, so that it got to survive. Needs to get out of there immediately now though. T-72 M's over here will do decently without it as well. Jaguar 2 coming up. No Leos yet on the battlefield. But Jäger of Towers get finished off. T-72 MK might want to stay around for the capture, then move to the rear. Baghdadi with a short moment of getting points here. 49-4 here. That's the looks. And the Fanchberries here in the south. Pretty solid setup. A lot of recon actually. Like 5 recon units and 1 Jaguar. 6 recon units and a Jaguar and a Fuchs as the southern units here. Baghdadi really liking their recon tab as the 5th Panzer. But that leaves them without anything to really confront the T-72s here. So maybe not the most amazing opener as all these recon units. Yeah, they are all great because they see so much, but you pay extra for that, leaving you with less combat capabilities. As they are decent at fighting as well, but the extra tax on for their better optics means that more direct combat units, if they can engage them, will do better usually. We have the Seat Su-22 coming around as well, so the Gepards have to be careful here. Fuchs actually trying to sneak in here. MiG-21 does find it though. Will kill it off. Su-22 killing off the Alouette as well. Oh, the sneak not working out here for Baghdadi in the south. Concourse and T-55 now coming in to block this whole situation out. And the infantry push in the north for Baghdadi is eliminated too. So Dudayev in a decent spot here right now. But with no real push ongoing yet either. Infantry here mostly somewhat decimated, so they will have to be gaining a bit more supply once more. The B-50 here being kept, maybe as an idea to push the Pioneer further forward later on. Leo 283 finally arrives. It has to be careful though, as all the recon that was here a minute or two ago by now is being eliminated, and it doesn't want to get side-shotted by any of these vehicles. Meanwhile, T-72 pushing forward. Jaguar coming in with an ATGM. It's a pretty capable ATGM at that, and it gets a kill through the T-72 M1. That's a really important kill there in this moment, as if the T-72 ball gets too big, you really gonna struggle to stop it. Especially on the somewhat short ranges that the area over here allows for. Because the T-72, the only weakness it has is its range of 2100. Outside of that, it's a really capable tank. Solid frontal armor, great gun, autoloader at that as well. Not the fastest reload rate with the autoloader, but 8 is still really solid for their price, and they are decently fast as well. And historically, even the reverse, because WARNO currently limited in the way it represents reverse speed. Unfortunately, we don't have any more historically accurate numbers there. Transport Panzer Fuchs and Concourse going down. T-72 stopping the Pioneer Flum from crossing the field. More units coming around. Leo 283 under fire. 21 bis getting taken out here as well. Gets the bombing run off as well. And once more, it's the Leo 283s without any veterancy on them. Dudayev on the other side has one level of veterancy on the T-72s, so they don't even break when being shot at multiple times. Whilst we have another routing Leo 283 here on the side of Baghdadi. And yeah, the base veterancy struggle with routed units is real here. They take a long time to recover. Their stress recovery capabilities is really low. So once routed, they just keep on running. And to get at Leo 283, we might find recovered back there in the rear in a minute or two. Until then, it will just keep on running to the rear. T-72 hitting the Panzer Grenadier. Land 3 coming around. And yeah, cohesion is a really important feature of this game. Too many Hippie viewers might not realize that, because Hippie doesn't really fully realize that to this day as well. But cohesion is a really, really important mechanic in this game. And if you don't play around it, your units will be a lot less combat efficient than they would be otherwise. With the current situation of misses still hitting sometimes, it's not quite as bad as it could be otherwise, but it's still for sure not great to leave your units with such a low veterancy. If you use them low veterancy, you at least might want to put in more leaders into your deck so that you have them close by. And meantime, ATGMs here hitting the Jaguar 2. Jaguar 2 does survive for now. That's the T-72M. Gets the Panzer Grenadier here killed. And yeah, the position does hold for now. So Baghdadi's still trying to push it, which I feel like is the wrong move right now. Trying to go for more artillery and slowly grinding it down might be a better idea, as currently both sides here in a big fight. But I like the defensive position for Dudayev better. At least the MiG-21 EHE goes down. Tornado barely survives here. So the push does get a bit further here, but Panzer Grenadier is pushing into Spezialaufklärer. That's never an engagement you want to take. That's for sure not a fight that one will win. The coup at least left out in the open here though. There's no tree line here anymore, which is something that people I think still will have to adjust a bit over the upcoming weeks, since the two lakes changes. This is not a safe spot anymore. There is a long line of sight there. You need to have your AA now around here or up further north to keep him safe from any ATGM shenanigans there. Meanwhile, Leo 2's still being stressed out here, still having to recover. The T-72 is constantly fighting on. Panzer Grenadiers actually made it into the building. Actually able to take out one Spezialaufklärer thanks to the help of the Martyrs, but they might struggle to find more there. Find a supply truck as well though. Whilst in the south, both sides still standing still. HE bomber does miss them here. And this MiG-21 shouldn't come around like that anymore. It does go down as well. Running 8 hit point planes into 2 Rolands and a Gepard like that, if you don't have your seat plane around. And we saw that Dudayev has seat, so you only want to bring them around when there is seat, and you then want to bring 3 at once, so that at worst you lose one of them, whilst you get 3 bomb drops off. Having them coming in piecemeal means that you get your bomb drop off, but you also lose a plane every single time. So that's 3 dead planes instead of 1 with each sortie. And that's just never efficient. Like, the power of air spam is strong in this game, but you have to adjust with the mid-game situation. In the early game, you can't bring in solo planes. In the late game and mid-game situation, you never can bring in planes solo. You always have to bring them in bunches of 3, 4, 5 to overwhelm enemy air defenses. Like, just have more targets than missiles.
Yeah, sending them out one by one is maximizing the amount of missiles that are going to be targeting them. Like, that is it's such simple math, and even I myself am very bad at it. But learning to wait until you send your planes is one of the best ways to actually start getting value out of them.
Oh, T-72 here in a dangerous spot. Conquers coming around in the south, getting an ATGM off as well. Jaguar there in trouble. Gets killed off. T-72 on the other side though, trying to smoke off. Will it get hit? Yes, it gets hit just before that arrives. T-72 taken out here by the Martyrs. Martyrs rotating around further, and it's such a grindy game down here in the north. Yeah. The southern part of the map completely empty. We have the seaplane now coming around. Actually with a bad angle though, with just the worst kind of angle that possibly could have happened, as it just couldn't get a missile off into any of the AA, even though they were all turned on. Su-22 AA AT also not able to get a kill there, and the seed still flew directly over them. Like, that was one of the worst approach angles I've ever seen out of a seed plane, and it really did cost Dudayev badly there, because losing that seed plane means that bringing in any those air support now in the north is kind of not impossible, and you have to rely a bit more on the T-72s on potential artillery. We have an RM-70 set up with return fire, already pre-aimed onto the spot. As soon as units will move in there, the RM-70 will let loose. At the moment, no unit really close to it though, but the Leo 2A4 might try to come around. Su-22 here, flying into the fire once more, and yeah, once more gets picked off. Roland 3s here, just too strong to directly take on like that. T-72s versus Leo 2A4. Leo 2A4 able to get a shot off. I think the T-72 just barely out of range still. That's not a great engagement here for Dudayev either. Needs to smoke off, needs to get out of there. RM-70 has one Leo 2A3 in its target area now, but not both of them. Otherwise that could have been a chance for a nice reverse. There we go. RM-70 lets loose, but the Leo 2A3 not even in the center of the shot there, so should be able to get out quite quickly, or does it? It is getting routed once more. Yeah, low veterancy Leo 2A3 strikes again, taking way more damage than necessary thanks to that, because yeah, no control over the unit anymore here for Baghdadi, and that is rough times there for that Leo 2A3, but it does survive. A single RM-70 not capable of killing it off. Su-22 AT once more around here, but that's just such a bad idea. Dudayev, oh my goodness, it gets the hit, it actually finds the kill, but it goes down as well. Suicide run there to the Leo, with the T-72s being slowly repaired again. There might be a chance now for a push actually. The Leo 2A4 is dead, the Leo 2A3 in the north not really in a position to help, and the other Leo 2A3 is still routing, still rolling away here. So the T-72s actually might have a bit of an opening here right now. But still, such a costly exchange there with that plane. Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe coming in on the other side. AA on the side of Dudayev, relatively lackluster, so that Mehrzweckwaffe might find a great hit. Okay, only one Spezialaufklärer. A bit unfortunate actually there for Baghdadi that it was only that unit. But still, great hit there. Conquerors coming in with an ATGM towards the Transportpanzer Fuchs. Not finding that one though. Whilst we see T-72Ms rolling in as well. Seed plane coming around. This time though, Baghdadi is ready, having it all turned off, and that means that Dudayev's plane flies too close once more, flies straight into it. If you only bring the seed in alone, it's easy to micro against it as well. You want to bring in the seed together with your strike package. Yeah, really showing that trickling in planes is kind of a recipe for disaster in the air, but the ground still going well enough here for Dudayev that they absolutely still have a shot of winning this game. They just need to find a way of killing off a couple Leo 2s, as the T-72 ball is getting real here.
Yeah, so Protoss, I've actually been caught up here for a couple of minutes, and I've been watching here. Like, I'm sure you've commented already about the Zero Vet Leopard 2s, but this really seems like from Baghdadi's side that this division is just not designed to do this kind of constant aggression that's so popular when you try to take this town with infantry assaults. Because if you have these the numbers with the Leopard 2s, you don't want to send them one by one to engage, because when they get routed, their armor is not enough to keep them safe from basically anything. So
Yeah.
if you're choosing to take the Zero Vet Leopards, you would want to have like 3 of them at the same time instead of feeding them. And this constant aggression has not allowed the death ball to really form here, from what I've seen. Even though the 5th Panzer's kind of infantry assaults have been like pretty all right, and controlling this kind of western part of the town, making sure that the reinforcement route is pretty safe. is one of the win conditions for Baghdadi here. But of course, you want to note that on the X-ray point, on the back point in the south by of Dudayev, there is basically nothing there also. So maybe investing just like one leopard's worth of units to apply some pressure could also be helpful instead of going one by one against these tanks.
Yeah, we have now Leo 185s in the north. They, in a direct fight, though, don't trade so well against the T-72s. The other Leo 283 just barely made it out alive, once more being routed. T-72s of Dudayev here, smoking off, barely escaping for now. And we have 3 of them around. We have another T-72 leader coming in, another one there still in the zone, but not able to find any kills right now. And yeah, the Pioneer Armbrust here in a decent spot. More artillery is necessary to get on top of all of this. Whilst a couple more Milan 2 teams coming into the fight here for Baghdadi. I like that. I would like to see more Arm 70 play here out of Dudayev. Second one maybe would be really helpful to really get the kills there. Or stressing out multiple Leo 2s at the same time so that you can pick them off. Dudayev not able to really catch any of them with these attacks, which is a problem. The Leo 2 A3 number, even though they have not done a great job so far, most of them did somehow manage to survive, and we have 3 Leo 2 A3s now, and the Leo 1 A5s. We have the Milan 2s coming up, so the T-72s will start to struggle to deal with that, unless Baghdadi throws away tanks like the Leo 1 A5s right now. That is not an engagement you want to take. Yeah, smoking off there. Actually pushing forward afterwards, though, that's a weird decision. Yeah, T-72s aiming up, getting the kill. Aim time also better with Veteran C, so the T-72s always will have the first shot if they spot each other at the same time, which is a big, big deal in this fight as well. And
for Panzermersers coming from Baghdadi's side, generally more efficient to have one Panzermerser earlier so that it can do tactical smoking than have the mortars come in later en masse. But of course, controlling them requires extra micro. But do you think this is going to be just like a permanent smoke here to?
No, I don't think it will be smoke. I think it will be permanent taxing. It's the 120mm mortars in those Panzermersers, so it will be constant taxing on the infantry in the town. We have seen that in game number 1 of Baghdadi already, as they played 5th Panzer there as well, and it works decently there. And I think it's the same idea here of just constantly bombarding Dudayev's forces here and slowly whittling down the infantry units. F4 here, going a bit deep. Coops might be able to get the kill there. Nope, they run out of ammo before they can finish it off. But Dudayev taking the town back. T-72s in desperate need of repair. 2 of them really, really low, but keeping them alive was a good move. We have 2 Arm 70s now, a lot more supplies rolling in. Yeah, south being rather open there for Dudayev, but Baghdadi not really trying much yet. Going for the mod Aufklärer in the open, at least with the Leo 2A4. Trying to hunt that down. Hopefully not getting side-shotted by the Conquerors. Conquerors just enough to kill Leo 2A4 with a side shot, so that would be perfect disaster here if that happens. Baghdadi smoking off, disengaging. Or no, actually rolling forward. Okay, but getting into gun range now in a second, and yeah, realizing that it is frontal armor that you need to face the Conquerors, and then it is no problem getting the kill there. And yeah, the constant mortar barrage onto the town starts. There we see it already. Pioneers taking damage, being stressed out, having to rotate around, might level the buildings in the town as well eventually. But Baghdadi still is the one that has the point lead, so it is Dudayev who needs to find a solution for this.
Yeah, pretty decisive movements from Dudayev to pull all the infantry back to a smaller portion of the eastern part of town, making them, of course, more nicer targets for the mortars, but also saving them from any potential volleys that are coming right now. But currently, there is literally nothing preventing these Fuchses or the Panzergrenadiers from driving into the town. But of course, Baghdadi doesn't know this yet. Do you think the Lars would be? Do you know if Baghdadi is running the Lars?
No, I'm not sure about it. I think some normal M109s here would be doing a better job. Lars, really not the most supply efficient unit, and without a FSP, I don't think you want to run it. The M109s here would be just fine. And we have seen them last game. 2 M109s have been used there, so we could see them here as well. So stacking up on more Leos is a fine solution right now as well. Yeah, supply needed for the T-72s in the north, T-55 numbers coming up a bit now as well. To maybe tank in front of the units. ARM-70 coming in for the kill for the Milan 2. The other last ARM-70 shot tried to go for a counter battery, but it's Panzer Mersers and not the infantry Merser team, so it didn't get a hit there. And yeah, Milan 2 gets taken out here by the other barrage, together with the building. The question is there enough push power here in Dayev's forces to really push through the amount of Leos now on the battlefield? The Milan 2 teams, yeah, taking them out is nice. They are super dangerous, but the Leo 2s, even without veterancy, are still quite capable when it comes to dealing damage. 20 penetration on the main gun, so you will have to deal with them one by one, and if the Leo 283s can shoot down onto your T-72s and your T-55s all at once, you will be in trouble.
Yeah, and funnily enough, even though we were slacking about the off about the green veterancy MBTs, this is actually a situation when it is a good counter against the RM70s. If you target every Leopard 2 with a barrage of RM70, having the defensive availability of those tanks is actually very worthwhile. But from Dudaya's side, I would also maybe criticize the horse blinder effect slightly, even though there is pretty significant defense, including a single Leopard 2A4 in the southern town. Having the two RM70s with decent enough recon and a fast enough group, being able to eliminate like 2 units with 2 barrages of RM70 could actually allow Dudayev to just get in Oscar and force Baghdadi's defensive formation here to start doing aggressive maneuvers again. But I don't see this happening at least right now.
Yeah, I don't know if if Dudayev wants to go away from the push in the north though, as Dudayev was permanently under pressure there. On also T-70, the 7th is a bit of a death ball division as well, and also, if you force the enemy to concentrate their forces, there's more targets to hit at the same time for the ARM-70 and the chance of hitting 3-4 units at once. It doesn't happen this time around. Bad scouting here for Dudayev, firing the ARM-70s onto one position where there is no units at all, and the second one where there's only one of the Leos. This time not even getting completely routed, only getting super heavily stressed out. The damaged T-72 is actually leading the charge here for Dudayev. Not a great decision either. They should be behind the T-55s. They get the Martyr killed, but yeah, the Panzer Grenadier already might be too much for them. As Leo 283 gets the side shot, gets the kill. It might be a thing of running low on supply here, because otherwise not repairing them is a really weird choice, and yeah, using them as the most forward of your tanks is for sure not a great choice either. In the north, BMP-1 and T-72 engaging Leos. The kills currently a bit more death on the blue side. Ooh, good Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe run there, killing off 2 Mordschützen. Gets killed off on the way out, but not allowing the infantry to close in onto the enemy Leopards is a good idea here. T-55s keeping up the pressure as well. A good couple more ATGMs landing onto that Leo, getting the kill, and this push with the smoke. I really like the smoke play from Dudayev. Crawling forward here with the T-72s and the T-55s, not allowing the range advantage of the Leo 2A3s to play a big role. Starts to work out.
Currently down to 2 leopards up the northern point, one of them repairing fast and low cohesion, another one retreating because it's right next to the smoke and gonna get maybe even get shot by the T-55s. Both leopards currently retreating. The investment into the 155 millimeter howitzers from Baghdadi's side currently a bit inefficient considering this formation is moving. So they're just gonna have they're not gonna be able to deal the similar damage as when the game was in its static phase.
Ooh, Hind helicopter, good idea here from Dudayev. Gepard gets killed off just at the moment where it kills off the Hind as well, though. Otherwise, the air defenses here down to a roll on 3. One of them has been taken out in the south as well. Tornado cluster once more coming around. The T-55 gets close enough here to kill off the Leo 2A3. And that leaves no Leo 2A3s on the battlefield here. So
yeah, Baghdadi's tanks at this point should be moving up north to try to engage the T-72s because otherwise they're just going to go through. Baghdadi needs to organize all of the units to stop this right now. Leopards, Leopard 1s, Leopard 2s, PA 1 helicopters, all coming out here. But I just can't help to think that the low veterancy Leopards just took way worse engagements than what they could have taken if they were just a single vet.
yeah, we see F4Fs here now trying to kill off the Hinds, doing a decent job there. The Coups once more out of ammo, so the Tornadoes actually will most likely get out alive. T-72s here rolling forward. We have the PA helicopters. There is a couple of Eaglers, but they are a bit too far in the rear, so the T-72s most likely will have to disengage here in a second. Otherwise, they will take losses against these Hot 2s. Should smoke off and get the hell out of there. Getting a kill onto one more Leo before doing that. Now slowly retreating out. The T-72 leader has to be careful. Ooh, double MiG-21 run in here. The AA planes on the side of Baghdadi not on the battlefield right now. The Roland 3 not able to get the kill onto it either. One T-72 leader goes down. The second one is just next to it as well, though. But oh, taking a hit from the F4F-AT, going down to 1 hit point. One more hit from the Armbrust. The Armbrust is out of ammo, so it's down to the Leo 2A4, I guess, to finish off the job. Track's broken onto the T-72. It's a sitting duck, and there we go. Leo 2A4 does do the job, but it's a third T-72 leader already here, so there's still potential for the capture. Just have to keep that one alive this time around. Leo 1A5 engaging from the south, whilst we have 6 T-72s M1s of Dudayev pushing against one Leo 2A4. Packed number superiority here, pushing forward. Really makes you look forward to the times when we will have endless T-72 decks after future DLCs. This is a strong tank. I really like the mix of strengths and weaknesses for these guys with the lower range, but their good chunkiness. And yeah, here we go. Leo 2A4 needs to keep its distance there, smoke off, roll backwards, try to take some long range engagements. The PA helicopter from the side trying to get some good kills off as well, but it's so close here for Dudayev getting that C-72 finally in there. Reinforcements need to be funneled in. Maybe an attempt on pushing through the south might be a good idea here for Baghdadi to try to...
The leader taken out by the last missile of the Milan 2, further delaying taking this spot by Dudayev. Just slightly irresponsible there, and not winning for the foreseeable minute.
Yeah, Leo 2A4 now on a range where the T-72 couldn't retaliate anymore. That's where you want to have them in the best case scenario. T-72 now closing in, gets a shot off on the max range, though not dealing much damage. Leo 2 will still miss on, though, because yeah, it's low cohesion, its accuracy is in the gutters, so the T-72 has time to get the hits in there. Pushing further forward as well. T-72 MK got fully repaired now tries to push in again. Good idea to get it repaired before trying to come in. Fourth T-72 MK is around here now as well. Really going full on out there, and ooh, the ARM-70s now coming in directly onto the Panzermörser. That's gonna be the end of some of them at least. maybe all of them being taken out there. First ones going really low. There we go. The first couple dead.
This was the last salvo of the RM70s. I don't think there is any more supply left for them, but it does look like Baghdadi is not really coming back from this.
Yeah, we have the T-72 MK now in the town, and we have a lot of screening T-72s as well. Leaving the Salvan forces completely idle, for sure a mistake here. Now the Leo 2A4 from the south rotates around. The Leo 1A5s had a good couple of opportunities to sideshot. They outrange the T-72s as well. That's how you want to use them. They are as fast as the T-72 and they outrange them, so you can get nice side shots there. Leo 2A4 here coming in with a nice side hit, but MiG-21 stressing it out fully once more here, and that's the pain once more. Leo 2A4 will not hit anything again, whilst the T-72s slowly can whittle it down. F4F8T finds another kill onto another T-72 leader tank. Another one under fire. If the Leo 1A5 actually can make it into the north, and the T-72 gets killed off, it gets killed off. The point-wise, it's still possible here. There are no CVs on the battlefield. It's just all about that Leo 1A5 leader making it in quickly now. And the T-55 is on the hunt. Leo 2A4 finally recovering from its stress situation, coming forward. Leo 1A5 here needs to get in now. Shouldn't retreat here, should try to find a way in. Because the points now higher for Dudayev. And the points will get into a winning position for Dudayev here instead of a draw within a minute. So Leo 1A5 needs to get in there right now. Super stressed out and low hit point T-72 still remaining in there as well, so which could potentially intercept the Leo 1A5. Another Leo 1A5 leader coming in as well. A close round fight here now. The F4F8T is really doing a good job there, using the situation that the Coups are all out of missiles once more. But T-72 now getting involved. ATGM finds it once more. F4F8Ts, we've never seen them hit that much in a game before. Real MVPs here right now for Baghdadi. But already 344 points now for Dudayev, as the +4 is real, and that's enough to win the game. So Baghdadi, with the next 5 minutes, will have to get some points, and where to get them is the question.
Yeah, I don't know if the tank tab has been exhausted from Baghdadi's side, but at this point, even winning this site and destroying, completely trading up with every one of Dudayev's units requires him to push through the next wave of defense, including the 2 Pal Fagots on both sides, and we have a squadron of T-72s striking out and coming back into the zone again. So it seems very unlikely that Baghdadi is going to be able to break through this in time.
Yeah. Needs to get in a point with the next 2 minutes, and we don't have a CV coming in the south. We only have the Leo 1A5 leader in the north, one of them being taken out, so the other one being really damaged, and there's not that much left here for Dudayev in the north. That T-72 push to the wire really cost him as well, but it's enough to stop a Leo 1A5 from just rolling through. We have a couple more T-72s actually now pushing the southern part of the map as well. We have a CV on the map for Dudayev as well. So even if the Leo 1A5 would get in now, it wouldn't fully capture. And that means that Baghdadi here most likely not gonna be able to come back here. Really clutch fight once more between these two. And yeah, this time around the the low veterancy on the Leos really did get punished.
Yeah. You just can't beat the T-72s with numbers. You have to beat them in the engagements. You have to have a solid enough squad of Leopards that can challenge repeated assaults by similar numbers of T-72s. You cannot outnumber them, and by allowing your units to be taken with your most expensive units to be disabled by basically 2 hits from enemy tanks. So even if you have a good rate of fire and good guns and good accuracy like the Leopard 2, getting hit by 2, not even the top level AT weapons, will likely put the Leopard into a state where its rate of fire is almost halved, as well as it 3/4 of its accuracy taken out. Like it's such a bad decision unless you're going to base your strategies fully around building the massive blob of tanks. There's a reason why even when people take the most expensive MPTs with green veterancy, they often take a single card just to pad out the late game in numbers, and most of the cards of top tanks taken at one vet. The difference between them is massive. The difference between stress recovery, cohesion recovery, is that vet 1 tanks have 3 times as more stress recovery than green tanks. So if you get shot 3 times longer, being combat ineffective, and during that time the T-72s are gonna keep on coming.
Yeah, Leo 284 is here now trying to push in, but it's only 1 minute 30. The Leo 185 is A-clicked into the zone, but there is an ATGM, there are some Pioneers, there are a couple T-72s in the south now as well. They actually could rotate north now. They should rotate north to intercept that Leo 185. ERM1 is there as well. There's no CV to push the south, but it's not really necessary anyways. Even if the Leo 185 would make it in right now, it wouldn't get you enough points to win the game. And yeah, the ATGM's coming around. Leo 185 rolling forward. T-72 is still idle there, so it might actually make it in. Leo 284 being stopped here by the ATGM. Mod Schützen though, and the Dream there. And another ATGM killing off the Leo 283. And there we go, 40 seconds left. 200 points difference. We have another Jägerführer, but it's too far off to get anywhere. And the ATGMs and tanks hold the line for the dive in the north, even having enough forces now to potentially push to Oscar, but that game is over beforehand. GGVP to Dudayev, bringing it back here with a draw in the end between these two players. Really well played, well-deserved victory here this time around with the 7th Panzer, and yep, a well-shared draw here between these players. This is completely deserved there. This time around, the 5th Panzer not getting the engagements it needed. And yeah, Leo 284 is without veterancy. Not something that you should bring around in that number.
Yeah. But so hello everybody. I thought I was going to the gym, but you know when at the gym they tell you that they're closed for 2 days, and you go there and you think it's closed, and then the next day you also go there and you're surprised that it's closed for 2 days. So that's my life, but I am here now, and I'm looking very much forward to the next games.
Yeah, we're gonna go into a short break, guys. We're gonna figure out which match to cast next. So yeah, see you all in a second. Give us a minute there to figure that all out, and then we're gonna be in there. That one. And here we return, everybody, with another series from Division 3 with two players that have been active, with Trisco being quite active lately, but new to the league, whilst Jasp, a player that we have seen a good couple of times over the last couple of tournaments. And yeah, Jasp also, I believe, already a veteran of a previous league, though at least at monthly tournaments. I have practiced with him last week as well, to get him ready for the new maps as well. Jasp, for sure, really motivated to get good for league. And we're gonna see how that works out, as we have a really interesting matchup. So, what do you think about Second Panzer Grenadier versus 27th here?
So, I mean, second Panzer Grenadier, as we can see from the opener here, has a forward deployment component. And the forward deployment component is actually pretty powerful. You have Fallschirm Aufklärers, which have amazing AT weapons. You have Fallschirm Jägers, which are reliable and good forward deployment squads with also excellent AT weapons. And you have the best unit of them all, the FS PAL Milan 2, the forward deploying rocket launcher, the missile launcher. And from this deployment, we see the second Panzer Grenadier leaning very heavily on Trisco's side into this opener. And frankly, I'm pretty happy to see these deployments out here. We often see forward deployment troops used in a pretty passive way, but this is obviously pretty much an all-in here. The weakness here with this kind of all-in gameplay is against helicopters and aircraft, but the second Panzer Grenadier does actually get a way better air tap than the 27th. And so we're gonna see in the early game that if all of these expensive elite Fallschirm Jäger units are taken out, that will be a massive blow against Trisco's mid game and late game. But on the other hand, Chasp has bought a Sklazna a forward supply point, which is very expensive at 175 points. That is about 3 infantry units that are not going to be in the opener, and even further investing into the very good but very expensive double recon units of the Rasvedka BMP2 and Moto Rasvedka. Both of these units are paid premium for them being recon. So if this actually, it might take some time from Chasp's side to be able to build up enough forces to start driving off these Fallschirm Jägers. Generally, the 27th is actually pretty good against these kinds of openers, because the 27th can bring out a lot of HE damage very fast. The BMP3s and the vast numbers of T80BVs to carry them into the late game, stuff being spotted by the Spets Rasvedka and the Rasvedka BMP2s are a very powerful combo, but this mix of a light opener with heavy investment into the expensive recon might actually be hurt Jasp in the opener here. Of course, investment into Sklazna most likely is telling us that Jasp is going to play the 27th in a very artillery-heavy mode. And on this map, artillery has, we have seen on both the tournament and league games, to be just a prime investment. So much of this airport duel map is about controlling these towers, these urban fortified positions, and now with the tube artillery and all artillery actually being buffed, the artillery gameplay can be started right in the opener, after the opener. So I think we're going to see this infantry forward deployment take a lot of ground and then be immediately responded to by Nonas, by the Akatsya M1s, and even Grads, depending on what Jasp wants to bring out. But I'm still worried if Trisco manages to kind of smell blood and realize how little there is in this opener by Jasp, there's not going to be that much to prevent the mid-game second Panzer Grenadier from bringing out a strong force of Leopard 2s and Leopard 1A5s to just transition into armor gameplay.
Well, I think the most important unit, though, that you didn't go over there in that start, and that might ruin the whole idea of Trisco's opener, because second Panzer Grenadier doesn't get any forward deploy AA, is the Mi-24V rocket. It's not the Mi-24K, which I would have liked to see more, the forward deploy recon helicopter, which can spot the enemies also a bit easier on the ground, and then be maneuvered a bit faster and also arrives there a bit quicker. But still, the Mi-24V rocket here, a really capable unit on killing off the Milan 2s, for example, leaving the infantry stranded without AT, or killing off a couple of the Fallschirmjägers, allowing the Motorradschwedka then to overwhelm the Milan 2s. So that Hind is a really, really dangerous beast here, and it already gets on to the first job here, opening up fire, forcing the Milan 2s to unload a good bit further than back than they wanted to. Not able to find the kills though, wasting its rockets on 2 Iltises. That's always a bit of a tricky thing on how to manage your rockets there in these situations.
Very, very surprised that we didn't see an F-16A, the Belgian F-16, to cover these. Generally, the F-16 fighter killer, the heli killer plane accompanies the Fallschirmjäger openers. But right here, instead we saw investment into a Gepard and a Jaguar, just cutting out a couple of those infantry units and having the fighters out there. Especially now that the first tick has happened, I'm very surprised that there is no fighter responding here.
Ooh, Hind flying into the Gepard though. Big mistake there. Big mistake by Jasp. Losing the BMP-2 with the Motorradschwedka in the south, losing it in the center to the Milan 2 as well. Milan 2 finding the CV vehicle as well. Jasp really being caught on the back foot here with this super aggressive Fallschirmjäger opener in the south. The Hind was a great idea, but it didn't save the situation, and now Jasp is playing from a super far back position. At least having the north saved, the BMP-2s there dealing with the Fallschirmjägers decently, getting a Jaguar 2 kill. So yeah, you have to play now out of the position where you are under threat on Papa, and then just secure Foxtrot and Bravo, keep the deadly open field in the middle between you and the enemy, and just give up to Echo and Zulu for now. Coming in there with the artillery that is set up for, but yeah, a lot of space won here by Trisco with this opener for sure.
Yeah, instead of the M1 Acacia, it's actually the standard non-guided shot Acacia coming up from JASP. Most likely going to start targeting all of these hangars and regular kind of spots where ATGMs are centralized. Kind of sad that Trisco isn't exploiting the fact that there is literally nothing between Papa and Hen. Just pushing up to the eastern tower with the Milans, just taking some of this free real estate before the reinforcement from JASP are gonna get out there. But JASP already deploying very defensively at Papa, so which means that even JASP is thinking that Trisco is further than he actually is.
Yeah, we see fights in the north, Fallschirmjäger finally being taken out, so that's the saving grace here for Jasp. If those fights would have gone badly, the game most likely would have been kind of over already. Securing Foxtrot means that you have a fallback situation now. The game is in not a great state here, but you have strong late game, and with the heavy investment into Fallschirmjägers, the infantry tab actually might not be super deep here for Trisco. Like, if you start to kill off all the Fallschirmjägers, that's a lot of infantry cards with low availability. So the question is, how much more is there in the late game once you start to kill them off? You also have your strong tank, you have the artillery with an endless supply that the enemy doesn't. So yeah, Jasp just needs to play it calm and collected from here on out. But the point advantage and the position advantage here for Trisco for sure was worth the opener in my eyes.
Yeah, the investments from Trisco are coming into with recon and infantry, and I mean, there is a Leopard 2 commander coming out here, but I think personally, when you're given such excellent positions to pressure the Papa and pressure other sides, even having the sharpshoots be a stealthy recon on the sideline there, I think transition into the Leopard 2s as soon as possible is a better investment, considering the fortifying with more and more infantry. There's going to be diminishing returns the more artillery JASP is going to get out, and 27th is a prime artillery division right now. And on the other hand, no BMP3 is getting shown by Jasp so far. Jasp obviously taking a very defensive stance, even as Trisco is taking some. Trisco might actually be kind of allowing this this defensive play from Jasp, the investments into another Acacia already. So maybe slightly squandering the opportunity, but the first fights haven't happened yet, really, the big fights. So Trisco still has a superiority of troops on board, and artillery is no means an actual guarantee of getting all of these units killed. You can always micro against them, you can counter-target them, you can even send planes after them.
Yeah, Jaegers being shown as the next infantry unit here. So that leaves less room for Martyrs in the deck, but Martyrs in general in this matchup not the strongest anyways. So I kind of like that. They don't one-shot BMP2s with their Milans, and they...
The Spetsra Svedka deploying in the south and getting a kill against the Falshimpala Milan. Maybe no, Trisco realizes this and runs away. Spetsra Svedka ran past the Fern Sharpshooter, and
F-16 is actually coming in to strafe that down. Not really getting much shot damage on. MiG-29 coming in. Do we see a repeat of yesterday's miracle at MiG-29 here? No, we don't. This time around, the F-16s absolutely destroy it. Yeah. The air this time around.
A rare example of vetting up the chief fighters so that they have the 8 evasion plus a significant bonuses all around to the chief fighters.
Yep, higher accuracy on the missiles and a couple of other nice boni there on the air. Acacia coming in with some artillery here. Trying to hit the Milan 2. Bulky being repaired. I think the Spetsra just moved slightly after line of sight was lost. That's why they didn't take more damage there. So they weren't really hit there. BMP2 with Modradredka coming around here once more. But yeah, the Milan 2 positions are scary. The Acacias will need to find that. Hitting the wrong building right now. And we'll need to adjust that in a second here. In this complex with 4 parts to it.
Yeah, the Leopard 2 leader has been bought to just sit around in the back line instead of doing any kind of pressure, further giving more space and time for Chasp to build up these expensive units. Having the 2 Acacias on board before buying the T-80 and BMP-3 is something that you should not allow your opponent to do necessarily, because this means that every single time a BMP is pushing an ATGM position, there's not going to be like what we're talking, like 30 seconds until 2 Acacias are going to target that position, and 30 seconds is enough for a BMP-3 smoke to kind of cover them the entirety of this time. And Trisco investing into 2 super heavy howitzers in the M110s, the 203 millimeters. Further just showing the willingness to fight a slow grind game and fighting the 27th on the 27th terms instead of trying to apply more pressure. Using the command tank and using all of this existing infantry out here to apply pressure into Papa, maybe keep the tick going a bit further, could be a tactic that kind of counters the Acacias, because the Acacias, of course, benefit the more static your units are.
See more fire coming in here from them. BMP3s now being pushed up as well. Milan 2s here still in really good spots though, and it's not like the 2nd Panzer Grenadier can't find the grind game either. They have a good amount of Leos. They have Malers if they want to. They have the Jaguars as great ATGM vehicles too, and they have a good artillery park. The only question for the artillery park is how many supply cards have you been able to press into it to really support that. Like we might even see some Mars big MLRS rocket launchers here out of 2nd Panzer Grenadier. The M110s here, the first bit of it. We have seen them with great success from Pro Commie. There, he only used 1 of them instead of 2 at the same time. But they for sure can demolish positions as well. Maybe even be used for some counter battery here on the Acacia early on, before Jasp realizes that they are on the field. Trying to do one salvo of counter battery when you are the person who brings in artillery second is always kind of worthwhile, because people are always a bit lax before they see enemy artillery flying around with their RT micro. Good kill there on the Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe. It got a decent amount of damage in as well. But yeah, what a grindy game here.
Yeah, and but even though second, of course, does have the depth, the quality and the tech level of the units is just higher on 27th, and 27th really currently is the grind game division par excellence. Like if you have 4 Leopard 2s going against 3 T-80BVs, that's if the Leopards are attacking and the T-80s are on defense, that's a pretty equal fight in my opinion.
The Leopards are the more mobile thing, and I think the Jaguars and the artillery park for second really allow you to get in there as well. But yeah, the 27th is really strong with its combined arms. If you can get all the expensive tools online, if you can get enough force close to the T-80BVs to protect them from any kind of helicopter or plane, and you also have attack helicopters whilst the other side doesn't. So that is for sure true, but so far Trisco playing around the advantage in positions, and Trisco didn't have any super mobile units around either. It was all infantry, and pushing forward with infantry is always a bit risky because it means that they have to cross open terrain where they could be caught out. So I get the reason why he was fine with the situation where they got into. Now the M110s here trying to take out the Strela. Not finding the perfect hits with the first salvo there. Getting good damage, but not quite finding the kill. Leo 2A3 though on the other side. Finding a BMP3 already. Panzerjägers with good damage against the T-80BVK as well. Can the Leo 2A3 maybe be rotated around to finish off the T-80BVK leader there? That would be a big kill. For now, the T-80BVs are a bit on the side of it. The Scharfschützen there in a really good spot. Super sneaky. Basically on top of the T-80BV. Don't have any AT themselves, but they give you constant vision onto the enemy positioning, allowing your Leo 2A3s to rotate a bit around. Gets a shot off here against the T-80BVK on the way out, but Jasp on a +2 now, getting points, and the BMP2 with the side shot, and that's what the issue of the Leo 2A3 is. The mid-level ATGMs one-shot them with side shots. All the 20 AP ATGMs, like the Conquerors, do get a one-shot kill on them, and that is a big issue there. That's why you have to micro them nicely, otherwise, yeah, it's gonna be painful. For the next target of the M110s, that should work out. Yeah, there we go. Tor goes down. Good kill there. Artillery on both sides. For sure potent. Yeah, just the big question is how much supply is there in the long run, as we are only 14 minutes in to resupply these M110s here.
Yeah, 3 minutes of income coming in the form of 2 Leopard 2s and 4 Jaguars from Trisco's side, and frankly, I do buying them as defensive units, obviously to hold against the mechanized push from JASP. But frankly, I would have still liked to see Trisco do this a couple of minutes earlier, before all of these BMPs and before all of these Conquerors were out there. Of course, Trisco didn't know that, but having the more aggressive forward deploying divisions, I think they should have tried to find out. You know, they should have tried to push this and see if there were any weak positions on JASP's line, and then start sending mechanized troops at that weak spot instead of waiting for JASP to build up and then get into the grind game, where even though the second units are good, the 27th is built for these kinds of games, especially with the Sklavs and Absenia. And we see a grad coming up towards these Sklavs and Absenia as well.
We have a quadruple Jaguar 2 squadron coming around here. Those are absolute killers. They have TOW-2 missiles. They survive a frontal hit against from T-80BV, so they can even just run down T-80BVs with this setup. And that for sure is a strong combination of units there. A couple of Leo 2A3s around that, and you have a killer bunch as well. The big issue obviously being side shots and BMP3s with their extra long range ATGMs. We have more T80BVs coming up. It's 213 versus 70 points currently on the board. The M110s once more going out 4 kills onto the enemy AA. Seems like the second Panzer Grenadier here might want to play the air game here, as the focus on AA for sure is really notable with those artillery pieces. There would be other targets like ATGM positions or trying to hit more tanks, but it's the Strela 10 M3s that go down instead. First one already dying, second one going low, pretty stressed out, will struggle to get out there before the next shot lands, and it goes down. 2 more Strela 10 M3s being taken out, and that
And those are not cheap units. The Strela 10 M3s are the high-tech ones. Those are like, what, 135 points?
Yeah, and the replacing those AA pieces won't be easy. And now we see also the follow-up on to really profit out of this with 3 PA helicopters coming up to really clog down Echo with ATGMs all around. Trisco still around with enough advantage to outright win the game at the moment, 213 to 70 points, so Jasp will need more points here to turn this around. What I would like to see from Trisco though is some action further up north in that forest that can threaten Bravo and Foxtrot, having some units there to be able to maybe get a sneak into Bravo later on in the game, or just pressure into there with some Leo 1A5s would be quite nice.
So the Leopards actually managed to long-range kill a Conqueror's M and are now retreating before the T80BV, the big brother, can come and punish them. Milan 2, defensive Milan 2, taking a hit against the T80 and gets a big hit. That's nice. We're seeing a 3 Panzermörser come to the southern front here, possibly signaling a push up to Papa finally.
And we see also double Lars here coming in. So artillery play is real. Yeah, now the big question in my eyes is just how can they stay supplied for the next 22 minutes? Because if they can do that without the Klasnezhenia, like without the forward supply point, if there are enough supply cards used for that, which is less card efficient, but yeah, allows you that big opener. And it's possible, absolutely, with the supply units like the Mankat 6x6 that you get. Then the situation here for the long game might not be so bad for Trisco, as that is a lot of artillery firepower.
Yeah, also Trisco completely kind of not even trying to pressure Foxtrot, which I think is smart, because that is the longest range attack angle, which is obviously gives the most strength to the defender, and the defender's long-range T80BVs and Conqueror's Ms. So fighting in the close range and not trying to stretch too much up north is also a good decision.
Yeah, we also see a kill on another Tunguska once more with the M110s. M110s really doing their job this game around. BMP3 being taken out by the PA helicopters as well, though the Iglas did the cleanup work there. Both sides losing helicopters in the middle. Hind has been killed off by Fliegerfaust on the other side. The Manpet's a bit too successful for my liking there. The micro against that could have been done on both sides. But yeah, both sides now once more without helicopters. The Leo's in trouble here, having to disengage. And the Panzermörsers with a lot of smoke play there, actually. Trying to allow, yeah, the kill against the isolated T80BV. Kill on that already happens anyways, as it tried to get a sneaky side shot there. Trisco turning around the Leopards in time, and this time around we see Leopards with high veterancy. Coming in with 1 base veterancy, thanks to the leader up to 2 veterancy there. Really doing a good job there.
Yes, stress recovery of 2.3 per second, and I believe I read from Warriors that the stress recovery actually is somewhat exponential, that it gets higher the longer it happens. So being able to use these 72 kph fast tanks to just G-move back And before they have even reached the repair spot, they're already, all of their stress has been wiped out, meaning that they can immediately get back into the fight if needed.
And the TADBV and BMP3 in the south under big threat as well, as the Jaguar swarm does arrive with a lot of TOW2 missiles and the Milan 2 flying towards the enemy there. TADBV gets annihilated. Yeah, the Jaguar gets hit once, but that's what I was talking about. Thanks to their chassis being a bit more armored than your average ATGM vehicle, they can take a shot there, and they survive with 1 hit point. Milan now under fire by another TADBV and the Conquerors, but might they find another kill here? Yes, they do. And once more, the Jaguar gets hit. Once more, the Jaguar does survive, and this is the hunting squadron that you want. Really cool play here with a really unique and strong unit with the Jaguar 2. Playing it absolutely to its
I've
strength.
never seen that done before. I think that might be weaker when it comes to like top level games, but that was a very, very smart way to use them, and immediately running them off so that you have all of them left. Like trading up with these 70-point Jaguars like that is insanely good value.
Yeah, they're really playing to their top level there. Leo 2A3s disengaging, getting resupplied there in a second. M110s coming in, trying to get some kills onto the Tunguska once more. Tunguska this time on a slightly different spot for once, so the M110s might not hit this time around. But oh, Lars also firing onto the same spot. Okay, a bit overkill maybe.
Yeah.
That's a lot of ammunition put into one spot. Maybe he just doesn't like the forest around there. Maybe he just wants to see it burn. Yeah, the Lars not on target, the M110 not on target, so the AA both just barely outside of it will survive.
That is generally the spots people retreat their tanks to. Maybe they didn't realize they got the kills and thought that the TADBV that had retreated into the regular spot. Would like to point out that currently Trisco has basically very, very bad recon since the snipers were taken out, so doesn't actually have as good of a guidance for the masses of artillery that they brought.
Yeah.
Whereas Jasp
Skimitar
actually
here
has
leading the
very good
charge,
recon.
getting hit by AT weapons. Should force the Fallschirmjägers to unload a bit earlier. One of them going down in transport, but at least the Leo 1's able to give some fire support. They're not the best fire support unit. Issue of German tanks is the lack of MGs, especially like no 50 cals in them, and the HE of the gun is decent, but it doesn't give the fire support of some M1A1 or any of the Soviet tanks that have the 14.5mm on top. MiG-21 getting shut down by double Ihawks though. F-16 here coming in, try to kill the Hind, but even though a lot of Strelas and Tunguskas have been killed, Jasp doing a good job there of bringing them in time and again, and both F-16s pay for it with their life.
This Spetsnaz Vodka needs to be taken care of. I was accidentally watching the game from Jasp's perspective and thought I had neutral perspective on, because Jasp has such excellent visibility of everything around here.
Yeah, the Spetsnaz Vodka there in the center are really, really strong. Hansa Mercer trying to get on top of all of this. And the CV of Trisco needs to get brought back into the middle. Jasp now getting close to having enough of a lead to be in the position where they would win if the points don't change anymore. So Trisco here important, and in the group stage matches, draws are important. If there's a draw situation, the players will split the points for the map. So that is a key factor as well. We have Fuchs Milans in the south now engaging the MTLB, getting the kill there.
The Conquerors out there is out of ammo actually, so the Conquerors is going to be combat incapable for until a next MTLB gets ordered and then sent out there, and then hopefully surviving this gambit of dodging the dozen missiles, looking at this reinforcement route up to the central part of the hangar area.
Yeah. The M110's trying to snipe the TADBVK whilst it was still out in the open. It moved a bit, so it did escape for now. Jasp now on the 300-point lead, but the amount of units here for 27th look a bit low now. Like the number of TADBVs, low number of BMPs, a couple more now coming in. But the combined arms here really whittled down by the Leo 2A3s and especially that flank with the Jaguars. Fantastic play there, getting Trisco into a really solid spot right now. And that F4F bombing run, if that gets the kill, that would be big. Siege planes coming around,
Oh,
missing all their missiles on the Tunguska. That's unfortunate, but the bombing run still did its job. BVK goes down, MiG-27 goes down on the return flight as well, running into the tornado missiles by accident. And
oh.
good position here for Trisco for sure now.
Yeah, I gotta say, even though I was slagging off Trisco for not really using the forward deployment advantage to its full potential at the early mid game, but now that we're 25 minutes in, the trades have been going pretty well for Trisco. The late game tactics obviously aren't just sitting around, which is what you never want to see. People just sit around after they gain a lot of ground in the early game, especially not when they have only like a 200-point advantage in the tick. Trisco has been reinforcing actively, pushing recon, taking positions, and smartly reinforcing units, and in a way that is both kind of counterplaying or trying to counterplay this artillery fight, and also moving the Jaguar kill team to counter these pushes and trading up very well. So even though Jasp had a very good position to start trading up, this Trisco has managed to keep this up. And right now, Trisco needs to get maybe getting the kills on these 3 BMPs on the open here. Very expensive units, 90 points per. If these things are killed, and the air advantage keeps on building from Trisco's side, there could be a push either on Foxtrot or even on Papa, which still is kind of not defended with a large amount of units. There is, for instance, no recon outside of the Raskvetka BMP anymore down on the southern side. Jasp realizes this and is buying a Spetsnaz which will once again be spotted by likely the scimitars and the Fernschapschutzes and the recon helicopters that Trisco has put all around here. Trisco actually could probably move up with the Jaeger Aufklärer, and with the amount of artillery, just take out most of the defenses on Papa and then try to move units there, maybe with fast Fuchses, to kind of dominate and at least contest the Papa point. Because inside Papa, there are on the western side these buildings. If those buildings can be reached, it's going to be way difficult to get rid of the
And we see
rid of
currently
the contestation.
Trisco using my favorite unit in the German arsenal at the moment, the Fuchs Milan, a super cheap mobile unit that has smoke and has an ATGM, 30 points. It doesn't have stealth, it doesn't have a super good ATGM, but it has an ATGM for 30 points, and that is quite scary. If you use them in good numbers. It gets taken out this time around though, as there's just as many good ATGMs on the other side, or better ATGMs with the BMPs. But using Fuchs Milan swarms, especially if you have some Leos maybe to run around with them, can be quite potent. And we by now have a lot of setup here for Trisco. The Jaegers, the Jaguars now taking the engagement with the BMPs as well. And that's not an engagement the BMPs want to take. Once more, they wouldn't kill the enemy one-shot and would be killed one-shot by the Jaguar. And that's why this ATGM vehicle is so scary, so good. One of the best assets currently making the Germans unique. And a reason why both 5th Panzer and 2nd Panzer Grenadiers see the amount of play that they do at the moment.
Yeah, those BMPs have 6 of those Bastion missiles, and this group of 3 have collectively only 2 missiles left. So retreating, going to resupply, and like the amount of supply issues that Jasp has is kind of a shame, considering the fact that they invested into those clouds and Absdenia. A Conqueror's M getting destroyed by the artillery in front of Papa. There is only a 3 units of infantry, a BMP-3, and a Conquerors, but a large group of reinforcements getting out there, suspecting the attack coming from Trisco's side. These units have been routed from the Jasp from Jasp to be way closer than is safe. So maybe these Fallschirmjägers and rest of these West German units might just be able to take these 4 infantry units in a really good engagement in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, Jasp is in the position of winning the game if no more take occurs here. So the really bloody attacks that Jasp did into the center paid off in that regard. Question is, can Trisco get a move on with the superior numbers right now into any of the other points? As Jaguars great with the ATGMs on defense, great stalkers there, but they aren't great at pushing. So getting a push here into those BMP2 infested areas, into the amount of Conqueror's M, which can one-shot your stuff, like the one-shots the Gepards here in the north right now, isn't easy. And we'll see if there's a solution for that. It is actually Jasp right now who gets a take on again, with another BTR coming around. A lot of smoke play for the north with the Mersers. I would like to see some Lars and some MOR-10s killing off the Conqueror's M positions there. Then I think the Leo 2A3s could push us through, but the Conqueror's M's so dangerous with the 23 penetration.
Yeah, meanwhile, as Trisco's attention was obviously set up to the north, the units down south were allowed to all safely unload, and very little damage has been taken from them. Obviously, artillery could get rid of them, but that artillery will likely be required to the push up north. Though this amount of smoke is enough to kind of permanently keep these fortifications smoked, allowing the Soviet units to be challenged one by one by this tank blob, and thus negating their defensive angle advantage.
A great kill with the planes, also together coming in with the seed and the bombs. That's how you want to do it. Strela 10 M3s and Iglas the only AA surviving because they can't be hit by seed. Oh, Leo 2A3 doesn't get hit by the Conqueror's M there in the side. That would have been devastating. It will make it in here into the capture point. Has to be careful though, the Conqueror's M fires again. Oh, it just needs to move a bit more further forward. It doesn't, and it gets taken out. Devastating loss there. We have an Iltis leader still in the center. We need more CV out here. The time is starting to run out here for Trisco. 426 points to 213. The trade's still going pretty decently here for Trisco in my eyes, but the position point-wise better for Jasp, and the tick right now is devastating. We don't see the Jaguars moving at the moment at all. Tornado Seed going down, no action in the south at all. The artillery trying to do its job there, might take out the BTR, will take out the BTR. So the next CV in the north will capture that zone completely, but the center zone still captured. Is there a new CV on the way? Yes, a new Iltis
there is a CV for Trisco, the Iltis Furungs, that could move and contest the middle zone, but it's not doing it right now.
Well, it doesn't really have much protection there. The Milan 2 is out of ammo. There is a BMP2, there are a couple of BMP3s, so getting that Iltis leader in there without any support, I understand why they don't move it in right now. Losing that would be devastating. But yeah, every single minute that or every second actually that ticks by here right now are points for Jasp that Trisco will have trouble to get up to. Gets the kill onto the BTR leader in the center though. That's now the call sign for the Iltis leader to not just contest but fully capture the center. And that was a good kill there with the bombing run.
Yeah, 2 grads firing up to the Pioneer armbrust. Kind of at this point the Iltis moves right in. I don't know if this is by purpose, but making it so that the grads are going to take their sweet time until they can start firing at Trisco's leader in the middle zone here again. The BMP3 is getting taken out by the Palamilan and engaged maybe by the tank as well. Panzermersers are firing again. This time Panzermersers are targeting this defenses down south on long range. Probably not the most efficient usage, but they have like 80 ammo.
The
40 left.
big artillery of the MOR-10s aiming onto all of those super stacked infantry units as well though. And yeah, that might allow Trisco to get through there. The big question is, does it have any value though, because there's no CV down there for Trisco. There's no CV left in Zulu that could push that, so I wouldn't even spend time on that. The win condition for Trisco seems to be the north, and we see Bravo completely open as well. We see a tank CV with a Leo 2A3 coming up as well. There's still 5.5 minutes, so enough time to get in there at least and get a couple more minutes of tick. We have a tick for Trisco here now. 300 points. The goal for Jasp here is now just to defend that 300 point lead. Another BTR 80 CV is on the way. We have a couple of T80 BVs that could take out the Iltis Führung. The Iltis Führung will be able to capture the point at least, though.
Jaguar Wolfpack is moving to challenge the T80 BVs on here. BMP3 firing at them, getting a miss.
Ooh, a lot of Jaguar 2802 missiles flying there. Yeah, they're rolling forward. We have a good couple of infantry and 2 Leo 283s, one of them being a leader coming in. The Iltis Führung should rotate around, getting away from the T80 BVs and then trying to run into Bravo. Something should scout for Bravo. If you get a +4 here, the point tick will be so strong that you will catch up to Jasp really quickly. And it's only 4.5 minutes, so you kind of need that right now. Otherwise, it's only 80 points per minute on this +2 right now, which might still be a draw at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the if I was on Trisco's side, I would assume that there is something more up Bravo, and that you couldn't just send like maybe a tank watching one of the corners, considering how defensive and how many T80 BVs there are, and how defensive the T80 BV is.
But Trisco has the units to figure it out. He has a BO helicopter to just fly straight line into there, see what's in there, see what you can move in there. Instead,
Scimitar as well.
We instead see 2 CVs rotating around both into the center here. The Iltis leader really needs to get up north. We have a BTR leader coming into the zone as well. That obviously should be the main target here now for Trisco to take out. But it is the unit that Jasp needs to survive, needs to keep alive. Jaguar's engaging there. The BTR just gets barely into cover there. Jaguar taken out by the Conquerors. Good kill there. We see Jaegers coming in, Leo 283 leaders. Iltis Führer really needs to rotate around in the north now. No. Trisco, it feels like Trisco hasn't quite realized how close to the end of the game we are to fully play it. Like, they obviously...
Well, damn, I hadn't realized. It's only 3 minutes. Wow.
And they need to get in here. They get the BTR killed off with the Leo 283. Motto Strelki with an RPG 27 and the BMP3 now securing the north. Really important there by Jasp. Really good movement. The center zone here will be captured, and that will be back to a +2 in a second. But that short time recapture of the BTR-80 might just be what differentiates between a victory and a draw here between these two players, as the tank gets taken out. Leo 283 smoking off, but they need to get north there. 2.5 minutes. +2.
100 points going to be taken at this rate. 2.5 minutes, 100 points.
Well, no, it's a bit more. It's,
120. Yeah, I'm counting in my head. Okay.
It's 80 points per minute because it's a +2, another +1.
Okay, yeah.
But it's still not gonna be enough. Like they're gonna get ahead of Jasp here most likely, but they need to get into the northern point to get a full-on victory here at this point.
Yeah, and they allowing the BMP3 not sending any kind of units to screen, not sending a Fuchs Milan, Scimitar, anything to just drive in there and find out if it's free was a big mistake. Not even sending the helicopter, which is very expendable at this point of the game, and this having just the extra 2 points or the 1 point here, because for those who don't know, a draw is defined by a 100-point difference in the end result of points.
Rats coming in. Pick does continue. Tornado flying in the rear. We have still CVs coming around here, but yeah, Trisco not moving up north. Just staying on this +2 take, and it's just barely not gonna be enough. We got 80 points more here, but and Trisco's gonna get ahead of Jasp in points. Even a +4 kicking in right now would be enough to change that outcome. We have a Leo 283 trying to run north now. A BMP3 actually running low on ATGMs, so it might get in there, but it won't get in there in time, most likely. It's 40 seconds. It started half a minute too late. If it would have started half a minute ago, we would have 1 more minute of tick there. That would have been good enough, but the Model Strelki RPG 27 could ruin its whole day as well.
No, but
ADGM does hit.
it's right clicked. It's a move order, so the motor Trelki wouldn't have actually fired without extra command.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Only 17 seconds. The Leo won't even make it in there. So in the end, Trisco had on points here, but not with enough to make the difference.
Yeah. Ooh, what a game.
What a back and forth game. Great opener by Trisco. Yes, though with clutch, quick reaction and good defensive thinking there, not investing too much. But in the end, Trisco just started to destroy Yasp completely, as you can see in the KD here once more. But not quite able to fully pounce on it again in the points. And yeah, yes, with the constant pressure into the center, getting just enough conquest points to
This was
get trouble here.
Division 2, right?
Division 3.
Oh, wow. Very good game for Division
Or
3 players.
was it Division 2? Division 2.
Oh, I'm not actually sure.
I might be stumbling here
That
myself.
is your stuff, not mine.
You know, it was Division.
Okay, wow. I mean, props to both of them. The concentrated targeting of anti-air units from the West German side was obviously a tactic. Trying to do the air game snowball is a very popular and effective tactic, especially when you are playing late game, so you can buy the expensive F4 HE2 bombers and the Meshachswaffe and everything else that you get with second Panzer Grenadier, but I do feel like the best way to use the aircraft are in tandem with like motorized tank forces, that you can use the planes, you know, the plane wave coming in, taking out like 2 and 3 enemy tanks, and your own troops taking out the rest of them, and then moving in and gaining ground. Despite the planes getting a very good KDR, despite the planes getting a lot of kills, the in the end the tactical effect of this air game could have been more effective, and I do, and obviously it's possible that the draw wouldn't have been possible if Jasp didn't have to keep on rebuying all the expensive medium range anti-air weapons. But even then, I do feel like there was, especially in the start, but also somewhat in the late game, considering the Bravo point up north, there were possibilities, missed opportunities from Trisco here.
Yeah, but the MR10s really show you the focus on. Like I loved that there was a focus on what kind of unit you want to take out of them. Like they combined killed off 7 high value AA pieces. They always also were used when necessary on other units. A couple of infantry units taken out as well. CV being taken out by them too. But the focus on just reducing the enemy air defenses to rubble, and also constantly forcing Yasp to bring in more. Yasp doing a good job, but at least always keeping up a token AA force, no matter how many losses were taken. But good focus there, really. A strong game by both players. But and yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Trisco, playing the capture point game a bit too weak in the end there to really reward himself for a great show with second Panzer Grenadier. Loved that game absolutely, and really hyped for game number 2. Quick break, guys, then we're gonna be back. Also, thanks for all the new follows today there to KTD, SS, Crafter, Red Army NL. Welcome to the party. And if you want to see more of our friend Florite over there, check out his channel as well and leave a follow there. So with that said, guys, let's get into a short break so we can be back return, guys. Game number 2, Just versus Trisco. And it's 0.5 to 0.5 standing, which I have to, I guess we have to just put that in like that into the top as they split map number 1. And that makes map number 2 even more important, because that means this map decides about the winner of the whole thing. And yeah, we have a couple of area paras, we have a Milan 2 situation coming around, a couple of javelins, couple of rifles in the south. On the other side, Jasp coming in with Luftsturmjäger Medis from the get-go again, as we have a 6 versus first UK. Interesting matchup here with Fort Deploy, and those Luftsturmjägers really having their eyes on X-Ray.
Yeah, the Trisco really committing once again to the forward deployment, as we saw in the last game with the 2nd Panzer Grenadier. The 2 NATO divisions, but with both heavy armor and forward deployment paratroopers. The massive investment in the Terriers Para is like it's wide. It's going straight up to even beyond Alpha. A bunch of these guys are going up to X-Ray, including with the Paramilans, as well as the excellent, super good Special Forces recon squads, the SAS patrols, and followed up by a bunch of javelins, and very surprisingly and questionably, some rifles in the FV 432 APC, a unit which I don't think I have ever seen like before. Like, that's a very rarely used infantry transport, because it's bad.
Yeah, it
yeah,
only has 1 MG. It is slow,
430 ammo
off-road and on-road, and it has 1 armor, and it costs you 20 points. You can't sell it back. It's really the life of the shitbox here. It's on the same level as the German M113, both of them the worst kind of transports in the game. Not cost efficient, not really giving you fire support. If you at least have a 50 caliber, or a 14.5mm on top of it, they can give you decent fire support. If they're a bit better frontal armor, they at least can soak a couple of shots of some sort of AT, but these can't do either, and are still the same price as the others. A bit of an issue of transport pricing. WARNO.
Yeah, but on JASP side, we're seeing not the rocket helis, but the sellable Mi-8s, and all of these, the Luftwaffenjäger Metises, are going straight into the middle point on X-ray. So you might think that JASP's opener is kind of sparse, but also we're seeing 2 MiG-21 AA fighters to defend this heli assault, and of course, if these helis survive, they will be sold off, and the points will come back after a couple of minutes when their operation is over. The amount of Special Forces troops in the middle point on X-ray will likely beat out the troops that Trisco has set up to take it, but up north here, the just sheer infantry advantage and the lack of recon, the lack of rocket helicopters here. If there is only a single Mi-2 Ern, which is a pretty decent plane, but it's not. It can't really exploit the just vast amount of truck transports that are just driving around here and taking positions of Trisco.
Yeah, we see area power really pushing in there. We see a couple of Luftsturmjägers taking the spots in the middle really nicely here. MiG-21 coming in with a lot of kills, and the kill feed, oh no, it's a disaster here for the airborne deployment of Trisco. The Terrier Paras getting shut down in massive numbers there. The Luftsturmjäger play with the Mi-8s here, supported by a Buk, supported by MiG-21s, really does pay off. The MiG-21s both get shut down, but I think Jasp is totally fine with that, considering the amount of infantry units killed off thanks to the Luftsturmjägers getting into the spot without interception. The Spätzgruppe A in the north getting killed onto the Terrier Para 2. Iwats coming in, getting the capture, and great start with Jasp. This is the map that I practiced with Jasp as well. It's not in ranked pool at the moment, so the league players will have to practice it outside of ranked to get ready for it, and it seems like Jasp really was ready for it this time around.
Yeah, Jasper also having two cards of Terrier Para, in the Carl Gustav card as well as the Law card. So could have actually had even more infantry there, but now, oh no, it's more brick tractors. It's more brick tractors. The assault pioneers are also coming in the goddamn tractors. No, they're so slow. They're so slow and vulnerable. And this is just having these tracked transports bring out these infantry reinforcements. Jasp may not know this, but this is a massive potential boost for Jasp. Jasp getting all of these kills at the start, already moving the Luftsturmjägers a bit further, but not pushing to take further positions. But if you wanted to, Jasp could absolutely take more positions because it's just going to take so much longer for the assault pioneers to get in the fight.
Yeah, we see more Luftsturmjägers being reinforced in the south. Another Me Too urn there as well. And coming in here with its 57mm rockets, its 23mm gun, and there's no AA in the south here, so it can go ham. It's a really cost-efficient little support helicopter. I absolutely love these things. 4 hit points obviously means that it dies to anything, but rocket plus 23mm gun makes it pretty potent at killing stuff. And what it does really well as well is actually killing enemy helicopters that don't have guns, which often happens on either side. So absolutely love those things.
Yeah, and also with the extra veterancy, the helicopters have minus 40% aiming time, which means that they can actually start shooting way earlier and get those crucial hits in before the enemy helicopter or enemy truck or whatever has managed to run off into hiding. I think the Mi-turn, my opinion is it is a helicopter shaped like a friend. I think it should have a buff, much like the false flag buff, that people it looks too cute, so people take a little bit extra time aiming at it. But that's just my opinion, you know. You got to take in account the soldiers' personal opinions, you know, not wanting to shoot something so disgustingly cute.
Yeah, rifles here versus Me Too Yearn getting engaged. SAS patrol sitting around in the south. We see Centurion AVRE coming in. Interesting choice as well. A unit with decent fire support capabilities. The issue with these vehicles in general is that they have a bit too low rate of fire, and once they get stressed out, they struggle. But they are pretty high survivability for 80 points with their 11 frontal armor. Milan 2 though, going down to the Medis there, it's a lot of bad rates here right now for Trisco. Trisco really needs to get the units here on the front line and start to get a combined arms up again. And this time no FSP here on the side of Yasp, but good artillery for sure can do the job.
Yeah, the three main battle tanks actually from the side of Jasp. Jasp realizing that the mid game push can happen earlier, considering the amount of excellent trading that he did at the start. So realizing that there is no need to start waiting and building up the artillery anymore. Just get the damn tanks out there and just push. And this is from Trisco's side, the choice to bring in three Centurion AVREs is just a massive target for the T80BVs to hit, and just these points being spent on the brick tractors, on the APCs instead of anything else. This is the first UK is not the most efficient division in the game, but having the forward deployment units, having good air, having good recon, and being able to match up, especially defensively in the late game tank fights. All of these advantages are not out here currently, considering the extra points being spent for the infantry, losing the forward deployment, and not even having the helitos or the AT planes or anything that could challenge the T-80BVs. We're having 4 tracked mortar carriers coming from the British instead of AT weapons, and I think this JASP tempo investment into these T-80s and T-64s is just going to pay off really well and really soon. And
Not getting the Milan 2 into the southern position was a big loss there. Into that commanding high-rise building there on the left side for Trisco was a big loss. Having no AT weapon here outside of Carl Gustavs on the battlefield right now, the Centurion, purely HE. So no long-range capabilities against the T-80Bs whatsoever, no challengers. We see a Challenger Mark III now coming in, but a single one won't do the job, and especially no warriors whatsoever. That's always the issue when you go so ham with the airborne deployment, and then you are just so vulnerable to be blown out with it. We have seen it yesterday as well, and it's just the risk of when Mix 90 tried to use it. Those 4 deploy units of First UK can be a bit of a bait. They are there to help you out. They are not there to win you the game, and people often try to use them as the, yeah, I'm gonna win the fight with them move, and they just don't do that. They are not special forces, they are just paratroopers.
They are reservist paratroopers even, so they are the not no wait, actually they do get the shock trait, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah,
but they don't have the minimum veterancy of 1. They can be taken with green veterancy.
Yeah, and they also don't have special forces traits, so they are just really not that great of an infantry fighting force. They don't have the greatest AT weapons either, so they are there to get some important points, but taking out a direct fight against Luftsturmjäger Medis, which are special forces shock infantry, is not what they want to do, and Jasp really set that up nicely there, especially the double MiG-21s to protect it and all, the book coming up with it. It was really well played, and now Hyacinth coming in for the Centurion here in the south, getting some nice damage on there, and we have the artillery play this time around fully in Jas's hands so far because Trisco has to invest into other things here right now to salvage the situation.
One more extra actually for JASP, the using the Mi-2 urns as single units instead of using them as swarms of multiple helicopters, as people often do. Using them as singular fire support units seems to be enough, that you don't have to do like this big massive heli assault ride of the Valkyrie stuff. Just having a single one of these things that look like they would be killing Sean Connery in a James Bond movie can be enough to take out multiple transports of infantry and pay themselves back immensely. And and one more thing about the Terrier Sparrow. The Terrier Sparrow have 7.62 infantry weapons, which are worse than the lighter, more modern infantry weapons. So that's a strike against them as well, once again.
Lynx Hellarm here being hunted. Javelins at least get the MiG-21 kill. That's a good one. +2 situation here is annoying, but Tornadoes might at least allow air superiority here to start to kick in. Issue is just that the AA off. We have seen it before here with 6 on this map. Tunguska and Books lock this down really nicely. And yeah, trying to get through them, not really possible. So playing around that, not that easy. And the artillery that you get as First UK, not the best out there. It's not terrible, you get some M109s and so on, but it gets better than what they get. And it for sure gets better on the right side here with the Hyacinth and potential Euro guns and so on coming in here as well.
Yeah, the Hyacinths are at around 5-kilometer range, which is a very close considering they're like a 28k max range. This means that the increased accuracy that they get, in addition to the corrected shot, just makes them mega accurate. And with salvo of 6, that's enough to kill most stuff when you're that accurate.
Yeah, javelins coming around here. We have a Centurion moving around there. The Challenger really pushed back once more. The +2 is still happening here, and yes, getting more and more forces out here, still getting a good trade after another. And this is one of those snowbally situations where it's just so hard to get back with an armored divisions. Like, yeah, that's really the bad mix of forward deploy and then running into an armored that you only get with first UK and maybe 119th, where if you lose that opener so badly, there's just it's so expensive to get the forces back on to replace them. Other airborne divisions have cheap reinforcement units. First UK doesn't quite get it. It's not as bad as it is with 119th, but you also don't get high level Spetsnaz that 119th gets there.
Yeah, I mean, you could bring out rifles for pretty fast and pretty efficiently. What are they, like 75 points? But these rifles are being brought in the transports, and the transports are sitting around. The extra, we already see, what is this, extra 120 points at least on the board, not doing anything in the form of the APCs. Two more of those APCs, just making sure that any kind of speed and reinforcement advantage that first UK would have against the notoriously slow sixth Motostrelki, which is often forced to bring out units instead of BTRs to bring them out in BMP1s. But right now, this advantage from Trisco is not being used, but we're seeing this the APCs push up down south with the support of an AVRE and scouts, but pushing through here to Lima is possible, but on the long term, two more T-64s, including a leader, being routed down to X-ray means that sooner or later, I think the fire supremacy and the just increased amount of deployment and the deployment speed of the sixth is just paying off here really well.
Yeah, here since you're now once more firing onto target as well, getting another good kill. The rifles trying to push through in the south. We have the Centurion B engaging here as well. Rifles in the open though, being hit pretty badly. They are one vet, so they are somewhat capable of fighting back here, but the Centurion also firing onto the wrong target here. Is it firing on position? No, it was on an attack order, I believe, because it hits the Igla instead of hitting the Motostrelki and the Luftsturmjägers, which are the way more important units here to hit right now. And reload time also super long at this point, but yeah, it kills off the Igla instead of killing off the infantry, and that's a mistake. The rifles still will make it through here, though at the same time the north falls, and there's only one Challenger Mark II left to try to salvage that situation. A couple more rifles coming up, but there's just so much red here at this point. Hyacinth with good target onto that rifle stack in the south, and that could be devastating here.
Yeah. The forward deployment units are, even if you lose them, but which happened in this case, but forward deployment units are nothing without fast reinforcements. That's why second UK is so powerful, because second UK, after having the SAS and the airmobiles take some ground at the start, can just have this funnel, this super highway of units with helicopters and 108 kph Saxons just go and deploy and take the ground and have superiority over the area that is being fought over. Especially when you're fighting on the enemy side of the map, that is extra important. Right here, we're seeing that the rifles were taken out in the southern push, and the reinforcements are gonna take their sweet time. The reinforcement, yeah, and this was a massive loss in the opener, and frankly, Trisco's whatever plan Trisco had in this game to do like a slow grind battle, much as in the first game, was just out microed and out controlled in the opener by Chasp, who obviously had a pretty well planned out tactic here.
Yeah, Jasp practice for the map really paying off there. The Urn, the Luftsturmjägers getting him the W here, GGVP in the end. And yeah, Trisco not able to hold up on the same level with an air opener as in the first game. Jasp learning the lesson there from the first game, getting a bit better helicopter, getting a bit better air protection for them out as well. The Urn there in the opener killing off so many Terrier Paras. That is devastating, and yeah, the Luftsturmjägers there holding the spot so nicely, and 6 this is really the map for 6. The division struggles a bit with affording all its support vehicles, but on this map, where the front line is a bit smaller, and you can then just bring up your Tunguskas, your Books, your Hyacinths, because you have to invest a bit less in infantry in the front line, it really starts to kick in super heavily. And GGVP to Jasp getting a 3-1 victory here in points in the end. Important victory on the way to the playoffs. The one draw for Trisco might be important in the end as well, though, as it is a slightly more valuable loss in the end than it would be with the 0-4. But still, getting that map win obviously would have been creating map one number 1, and it will bug Trisco for sure. Not have gotten that. And yep, really, really interesting match here between these two.
Yeah, I think the people are finding out about just how powerful the book is. Having just a single book can basically with a pretty significant likelihood win you or disable the enemy's air game at the early part of the game. We saw like you don't. It's 155 points, right? And for the 155 points, you can probably like have the first couple, maybe 5 minutes, like pretty safely in your pocket when it comes to the air. So having that is such an excellent position for the 6th to move into the mid game against the, especially against the kind of air heavy division such as the first UK, and I think that compensates quite well for the fact that the 6th is a slower deploying division with very few SPWs and BTRs.
Yeah, really, really well played here in the end by Asp. I'm quite happy that the training with me worked out. I bullied him quite hard on that map, and he learned the lesson. He learned the importance of the opener. He learned the lesson of the rocket artillery and artillery on this map as well. And Trisco wasn't quite ready for the map, and especially wasn't quite ready for the opener. And yeah, that hopefully changes in the future. Best of luck to Trisco in the upcoming ones. I think that both of these players showed really high potential for Division 3, but obviously only 2 players can make it out of each group, and Trisco's way here now is a bit harder now. That
And looking forward to the next, I believe, Division 1 game of Aim Juicy versus a Chick.
no, that is
Oh,
Division 2
Cheech.
actually. But
Oh, Division 2. Okay, well, yeah.
yeah, let's get into that. Short break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with another match. Here we return, guys, with another Division 2 game. And before we jump in there, one more final shout out, guys, to the Fantasy League. I just got a couple more signups for the last half an hour. And yeah, you guys, if you want to cheer a bit extra for these players, maybe get your team built around them. Fantasy League working like other Fantasy Leagues out there as well. You pick your favorite players, they will collect points by getting wins and good performances for you. The budget you have is 350 points. Everybody has the same budget. The cost of the players is found here. So pick your team together and DM me via Discord, getting a bit of fun out of all of this play as well. Team in place is in here already. Tanner is in here, having their Fantasy League team picked together as well. Both not picking themselves. A couple of guys did so though. Captain Cactus really trying to get himself motivated up there, for example. And the other thing that I want to shout out to is the Matcherino, where you can support the real prize pool of this tournament with extra dollaroos, and you don't even have to pay anything yourself. All you have to do is click the claim code button to add money for free to the tournament. But if you want to be so kind, you obviously can contribute money directly as well. And yeah, let's have a look into Doozy versus Cheesh here, a Division 2 matchup. Division 2, a lot of strong players in this division. And yeah, Group C here, Doozy versus Cheesh. Two well-known players in the community. Doozy playing a lot of events in the last half a year. Cheesh with a bit of a hiatus lately, but now back into action, and one of the most promising players out there as well when he was active playing last year. So,
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what do you think about the German versus German matchup here?
So we are looking at the lighter Second Panzergrenadier Infantry Division from the West Germans and the heavier T-72 Armored Division from the Beast Germans. But looking at the deployments here, we're seeing a massive amount once again of the forward deployment troops. But the deployments here are quite conservative. For instance, Charlie, the only units going up north to the sawmill is this Teacher's SPW recon vehicle, and these forward deployment Fallschirmjägers are not even getting into the point at Bravo. If you look at the point at Bravo, the western side of the buildings are reachable by FD troops when the opponent doesn't have anything except, well, they have Spezialaufklärers, but those are not the most efficient to going against multiple infantry squads in the opener. And Cheech's openers are basically standard. So having these careful conservative standard deployments with the forward deployment units and the standard deployments from the East German non-forward deployment units kind of makes me afraid that the forward deployment advantage might be getting wasted here. Of course, the Fallschirmjäger Milans are excellent units to counter basically everything, including early rushes. But you are still playing extra for the forward deployment units if you don't actually use them as aggressively as you would like. Sometimes we see forward deployment units go out without other infantry units in slower vehicles, such as IFVs behind them. Currently, we do see that. So even if the Fallschirmjägers get into combat earlier, they will immediately be reinforced by other troops. But looking at this, I think the Bravo deployment is really just a mistake here from Aim Ducey of the West Germans. It's too careful, it's too passive. Maybe he will micro the units after getting a kill against the enemy helicopter, which very predictably is moving out there to start hunting out those Fallschirmjägers.
Yeah, the Hind actually being actively microed here, Cheesh knowing that F-16s are a possibility here, so microing bit by bit, trying to not go too far away from the troops whilst being able to react and fly low if necessary. There we go, F-16 spouted, so the Hind stays low for now, moves forward whenever it can, when the F-16 is not coming in. And yeah, that Hind and the Spezialaufklärer, actually, yeah, they could be interrupting the Faltermega deployment quite nicely. So I am somewhat behind AMDoozy's somewhat defensive setup here, and it's still a good spot to first get into those buildings in front of Bravo that the Faltermegas are getting into. The question is just how much pressure comes up with then to move further forward, because these buildings are still supposed to be cheese, but uh, taking away these great recon spots and having that buildings block up is nice. F-16 actually being able to kill off the Hind. Cheese not able to micro it in time around, as micro was needed elsewhere there at that moment, and then the low flying of the helicopter activated just a bit too late, killing off a really important unit there in the opener of Cheech, as we see the Felt Depot, the forward supply point of the East Germans in the rear, so not having that really expensive unit in the opener would allow Mdoozy here to do some nice stuff.
Yeah, up north, AIM-UC has a sneaking squad of two Luxes going to the unprotected backline, possibly even maybe detecting the Felt Depot and calling in an airstrike at it if everything goes perfectly. In the middle here, we're seeing the Fallschirmjägers just holding the ground and waiting for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Cheech's standard deploying Motorschützen are already taking the western parts of the positions here. This is the careful gameplay at this point might not be the worst idea. Obviously, you always want to have engagements where maximum amount of your units is shooting at the enemy units at the same time, and waiting for the Milans and the tanks can actually help with that. It could also be that AIM-UC is kind of planning to call in maybe 2 or even 3 airplanes at the same time. The heavy investment into the 2 Coups and 1 Shilka at the start from Cheech's side obviously respects the very powerful air units of Second Panzergrenadier. So any kind of and I believe AIM-UC has seen the Coups and Shilka already, even though they didn't hit. So waiting for a siege combined with a bomber maybe. Meanwhile, AIM-UC does buy a Leopard 2 commander at the 4 minutes in, calling it up the middle, preparing for a slug fight at long range. In this long range fight, I'm pretty sure that the Leopards are gonna win reliably, but who knows? Who knows how the how long it's gonna take for the first T-72s to actually arrive here. We're only seeing T-55s, so any kind of a tank engagement here needs to be fought by ATGMs on the East German side, because the T-55s just don't have enough weaponry or accuracy to fight back. There is a single T-72, but a single T-72 is not enough against all of this pretty high-tech stuff compared to 7th Panzer.
Well, Cheech though gets the North completely for free basically, which is a nice advantage here. Currently on a +1 tick thanks to that, which makes sense. I think Second Panzer Grenadier is the weaker division in those CQ engagements. With Jägers and with Marders combined, you could maybe do something there next to some Panzer Grenadiers, which are not great there. But yeah, 7th, the more cost efficient for the wide play, and I like the focus of Second Panzer Grenadier here in the south, together with that one sneak of the Lux, and the Lux might even be able to find the Felt Depot there at some points. We see some safety measures of Cheech in the area as well, and SPW going against that sneak position. So if that rings the alarm bells, counterplay against the Luxes might be found maybe with a helicopter or so, but they are still a really scary possibility there in the rear.
Yeah, the T-72 printer is going hard with 2 more T-72Ms being bought to fortify this position. Meanwhile, AIM-UC is spending large amounts of funds on ground units, including the M48 reservist tank, the Patterns, to which I don't know specifically what, but AIM-UC is a pretty competent and scary player, so I'm not gonna count those things out yet. They're
Well,
only
they
70
are
points
the
at the
best
moment.
fire support that the West Germans get. They have a
Really?
50 cal. That's the
Oh,
only
oh,
German vehicle with a 50 cal. And Leo 1A1s don't do much against T-72s, don't do much against T-55 either. So replacing your Leo 1A1s with M48s that actually can be good as fire support, because your infantry against the Mordschützen will struggle. It can win there with the Jägers, with the Fallschirmjägers, but having some decent fire support there with the M48 is actually quite nice.
yeah, speaking of fire support, the SPWs are engaging the aim juices forward, kind of well, forward deployed in another meaning. Fallschirmjäger, who is retreating and bringing the word that the enemy is going to try to capture the forest south of Foxtrot. If you want to capture Foxtrot, one of the main ways to do so with infantry with infantry units is to capture the southern side and try to sneak in ATGMs or other units to have fire control over the Foxtrot side without actually entering the Foxtrot side. Similar tactic is can be applied in Bravo in the middle, where having northern and southern buildings respectively to Bravo will allow you to use the Conquerors, as we see Cheech doing, to engage in fire control and kill enemy tanks and leaders trying to hold the Bravo position without necessarily having to fortify the buildings themselves. Of course, the buildings are currently also heavily fortified.
SPW really abusing the situation that there are no heavier enemy fighting vehicles in the south. Milan 2 struggles to hit at the moment. SPW most likely gonna go down this time around though. But Panzer Grenadiers and the Fallschirmjägers there being taken out. At the same time though, Aim Doozy starting to push here through the center. T-72s have to retreat from the Fallschirmjägers. The Panzerfaust 3, a really potent AT weapon. Don't want to run into that directly, whilst the Conquerors here hitting a Leo 1A5, forcing that one back as well. And we see more M48s here, rolling in as infantry fire support to try to deal with the Mordschützen and the Pioneers in the south.
Yeah, the Fallschirmjägers are taking a lot of damage from this center of T-55s and T-72s, which are in a very how do you say orthodox fashion being put into a wide line so that a single cluster bomber or a single rocket barrage cannot necessarily take them all out. T-55s also have a lot of HE damage with the dish heavy machine guns, and the T-72s also. So any kind of an engagement where these tanks are not also being targeted means that the infantry is being sent to slaughter. To be slaughtered by aim duty. This angle is so small and the front of the tank so wide that this is just a bad engagement. And the Panzer leader of Leopard 2 is retreating, obviously realizing this position and still having the nice little +2 tick until Cheech can bring out the leader out
A
there. A lot of
really
fighting.
important movement happening in the rear. The SPW got taken out in the rear, but Sheesh didn't react to it yet. The Luxus are still on the move, and we see ARM 70s as really, really, really juicy targets there out in the open. If the Luxus can connect with that, that would be a big, big blow here to Cheesh's gameplay idea, because obviously the FSP plus the ARM 70s are the kind of condition idea here that Sheesh has for the base game. Other ways can be found with 7th, but it's one of the clearest and most forward win condition ideas here. Just rocket RTing the enemy into a submission, and a kill there would be really valuable for Aim Doozy.
Yeah, aimed using a Iltis Führungs to vet up these heavy howitzers, these 203mm M110s. They already taking this. This is one much like airport. This map is also. Oh no! Is the oh no! Yeah, yes. The rocket barrage is not hitting these expensive guns.
Yeah, Aim Doozy
That was
has
very
microed it nicely to the side. Meanwhile, the Luxus getting closer and closer in the rear. Nothing has spotted them yet. No reaction with helicopters to the loss of the SPW by Cheech yet. And yeah, we see fights in the south. the M48s there getting taken out, but they pushed back the infantry at least as well. And yeah, aim doozy up to 100 points, which on Black Forest is more than on other maps. It's a decent amount of a lead, and often on this map you only get a +1 or a +2 tick at best. So time to get those points back takes longer than on other maps where you can get a +3, +4 quite easily.
Yeah, a fighter plane, a vetted up fighter plane manages to dodge 4 out of the 5 coup hits and takes out the 24P Hind, thus winning the Southern Forest fight for the moment. Reinforcement will have to be called by Cheech to try to push Foxtrot from the south again, and likely the forces in the middle will likely have to start doing some kind of an attack now, because down south there needs to be, because otherwise rebuilding the force down south and not using this blob in the middle would just be giving aim juicy more time to fortify.
He's realizing now that the SPW died, is on the hunt move now. Hind being brought back, runs into both Luxus, will need to be careful there, needs to build up some distance against to these two before re-engaging and finishing them off. But yeah, knowing about the Luxus, finding the Luxus here is big. Or did he find the Luxus? He just drove by them. The Hind took some damage, but it doesn't react any further, so the Conquerors here most likely still dies. Luxus with a bit of stress, not the best autocannon on long range. Yeah, that's the 20mm German autocannon for you there. One of the reasons why German suffers goes around there in the internet, though it's not really true, but yeah, it's painful when you compare it to other autocannons sometimes.
Yeah, a little point. A lot of people will often ask, are the machine gun teams valid? Are the machine gun teams valuable? Can you actually take them? And, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But pulling the Polar Conquerors with the SPW 70s, the BTR basically doubles as a super machine gun, and it's also a fast transport. So this having the BTRs, the SPW 70s.
Oh no, the Hind now getting fought. The Arm 70 under fire as well. Arm 70 goes down. Looks number 1 goes down, but the kill into the Arm 70 is still pretty big here. The Luxus did pay off. They forced so much attention to the rear. They got a kill nonetheless, and that is big, bad news here. Might even lead the M110s to the Felt Depot here with the Hind trying to repair back there. I don't think the Lux quite spots that though. But yeah, still great kill here for the Lux. And oh no, the other Arm 70 is rotating exactly into the same spot. Did he not realize that there are 2 of them? Oh, this could be bad. Lux might engage the T-72, might reveal itself with that. T-72 just moves on. Oh no. Oh, that could be disaster. In the meantime, in the center, T-72s here in a real engagement with M48s. M48s don't stand a chance there. Jaguars and Leos currently not having the line of sight. But the M110s continuously with good hits as well, killing off another Conquerors. And yeah, that the situation in the rear here with the Luxus. Oh, that's bad.
Oh, no, the second one! No!
It's on hold fire, I think, right now.
Why?
Because it shot at the T-72 and nearly revealed itself with that. Oh no, it's actually...
Damn it. It needs to be microed immediately. Oh.
Why was it not shooting the Arm 70 there? What?
I don't know. It wasn't a return fire either.
Yeah, no, I have no idea why it refused to shoot there. Yeah, instead engaging the T-72s and getting itself killed there. Okay, could have been worse for Sheesh. Scary moments nonetheless there in the rear. And taking for sure away a bit from the center, but the T-72 counter push here so far going well, but so far also only hitting cheap units. Now the Jaguars come in, a big Jaguar line, a good couple of Leo 2A5s and 2A3s and 1A5s in the waiting, and this will be the big tank battle of this battle.
Yeah, one of the main strengths of the Jaguar that a lot of people don't actually mention is the fact that they have 12 missiles. That is the power of a dedicated anti-tank vehicle, a tank hunter, is the fact that you have basically infinite missiles and you don't really need to keep them supplied in the same way. So that is just like extra power. You also don't have to worry about the enemy microing against them and you running out of missiles because nobody is gonna repeatedly micro against 12 missiles. One of them is going to hit sooner or later. That means that they, unlike some vehicles such as BMPs, which have like 4 missiles, those things can be microed against. Jaguars, not so much.
We see the Tornado Seed coming in, getting a kill on the Coop here as well. T-72 and T-55 being taken out by the Leos. Leos relatively low as well, but no ATGMs around anymore. The M110s really cleaned house, and the T-72s not able to punish that with their limited range and the limited capability of follow-up. Meanwhile, Jaguars, Leo 2A3s retreating over here, Seed flying around. Bonkers sitting up in the building in the north. And a lot of these units now being pulled back in the rear for Chish. Like, that's 200 points just being spent, or even 250 points there just for the defense in the rear. Hind could be brought up again. Coop with Seed finding the Tornado Seed finding the Shilka. Coop gets the hit
Ooh.
on it at least, but still another AA piece bites the dust, and you don't want to run out of AA against second Panzer Grenadier.
Yeah, the is the Tornado Seed the best siege plane? Because 40, it's got 3 very high accuracy, long range missiles, and 40 ECM. Do you think it's the
It's
best seed plane?
not the best seaplane. The best seaplane is the SC-24 one, I think that. Yeah, SC-24 version that the East Germans get, because it has 60% ECM, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
really affordable as well. But yeah, it's the best of the NATO ones for sure.
Okay, I
Tornado.
didn't know about the SU-24 having 60 ECM. Wow.
Yeah, it is a fantastic little plane there.
Yeah, so the air AA of Cheech has been kind of being concentrated on a small area, and especially now with the loss of the Shilka, there are no Iglas, no forward fighting stealthy AA. This allows a position where the PA-1 A1, the Hot 2 missile armed ATGM helicopters, can actually just pretty freely push forward and are already driving these two Kampfpanzers pack T-72s with an increased infantry investment into the southern side of Foxtrot, just to make it clear that any kind of investment into a forest fight from Cheech has to come at the cost of buying more T-72s, and it means going toe-to-toe against a way
Oh,
larger and cheaper
M110s
infantry.
nearly taking out another T-72 here. Oh, it barely gets out.
Oh,
No, it gets blown up there in the end. And once more Caster cursing one of the tanks here. A lot of T-72s being brought in here. But yeah, if you don't get the death ball on, then it's gonna be tough to play that. We saw the death ball of T-72s working earlier today, and there's still absolute potential for it here. But not having Iglas with your T-72 to protect them against the POW helicopters is a big problem already here. Another Hot 2 missile finding its mark, getting this T-72M down to 5 hit points. Another missile coming in. Smoke at least cleans that one, but big troubles here for Shisha's unit, and it's a lot of Chilkas and Coops. No man pets here, and I find that a bit worrisome. I'm not the biggest fan of the Chilkas. Yeah, they are not the best bugs at the moment.
yeah, the Shilkas combo very well with the Coops because the Coops do 9 damage and most airplanes have 10 health. So Shilka doing just a single piece of damage reliably, which is basically what the only thing it can do reliably, can actually combo very well with the Coops. But this is the helicopters require a different kind of an air tab, and if MGUC realizes this, this may allow the Par 1 helicopters to basically reliably stay behind even the weaker units such as the Leopard 1s or the Marders, and doing like top tier 24-point AP damage with the helicopters.
Artillery play on both sides having a good impact. We see another Lux duo in the north, by the way, because if it worked once, why not try it twice? There is a setup to block it this time around, though the setup is not perfect. The mod Schützen there in a decent spot, the T-55 not in the greatest spot. SPW though, like it should at least keep harm from the RM-70, a good picket line there. So it might pay off after all to keep all these units around there. Shilka and Coop.
Tornado GR taking out another Cube and a Shilka once again. All the AA down to a single Cube for Cheech.
And the seed plane is coming around again. Yeah, Cheech really not with the best seed, anti-seed micro this game around. Turning off the radar AA weapons makes it invisible for the seed. That's how you want to play, especially if you already know that the enemy has seed. You might usually want to have the AA turned off by default, have them all on one hotkey, and then only turn on when you see that the enemy brings in a plane and doesn't have the seed next to it. Otherwise, yeah, it ends up like this, where the seed plane just bullies you into submission, and now the Harrier pain begins here.
Yes, one of my favorite units, the 150-point Harrier with a massive bomb load. But
this one, though, bites the dust and nearly crashes into the Leo 2A3 leader here. Well, that could have been devastating if that crashing Harrier would have taken out the Leo 2A3 leader, but it does just get shut down. Good micro this time around on the Coop by Cheech, waiting for the seed plane to get away before turning on the Coop again, getting the Harrier on the way out. But at least the Harrier was able to drop its bombs off. And yeah, Cheech has a lot of T-72s now, but not much else. And that is a problem here right now. Still 17 minutes to figure it out, but currently the combined arms not really allowing for any attacking moves here for Cheech.
Yeah, Cheech does have recon advantage pretty seriously, so a lot of targets visible for the artillery here in the heavy SPGs being brought to, what are we talking, 5 to 7 kilometer range, which is pretty close for 152 millimeter like big SPGs. But damn it if there just isn't way too much stuff for artillery to kill.
Yeah, MiG-23 here trying to shoot down the Tornado here in the rear. The MiG-23 though struggling against the high ECM of the seed plane, and we have now an F-16 on the hunt. That MiG-23 being caught out in the rear here now. The F-16, the AIM-9P is not the best missiles either. Actually fires all 6 without getting a hit there, but the Vulcan gun can finish it off in the end anyways. And we have a double Harrier coming in as well. Seed Tornado still around, so the Coop has to be turned off, and it's all going for the T-72 leader. Oh, they might actually miss the target though. They readjust last second before dropping the bombs, realizing their mistake. Otherwise, that would have been a really expensive miss there. Meanwhile, T-72s now being microed back, should smoke off and just run the hell out of there as the Harriers try to come around again. Aiming on position now.
Yeah, for those who are not aware in the game, having 4 500-kilogram bombs for 150 points is very good. So the Harrier bomb load is excellent. The Harrier's problem is that they are very vulnerable. They have pretty low ECM of 20. They're very slow, and they can be killed by a single group shot. And as we are seeing happen currently to both of them, they should have just been called out there and
yeah, really good micro this time around for Cheech. The final coup might be the MVP coup of the game. Meanwhile, big push with a lot of smoke from AM Doozy here. A lot of Leo 2A3s, Leo 1A5s coming in. T-72s repel the first attack, killing off a Jaguar, killing off a Leo 2. But more of them coming, and 2 T-72s biting the dust here immediately to the second phase of this fight. And
the elite Coop getting taken out by the artillery, maybe? Almost.
Artillery not done yet, but yeah, it does survive for now. And the issue for Sheesh here is Sheesh has no real infantry left in Bravo, so holding off the enemy infantry is going to be problematic. Milan Marder coming in from the side. The tanks of Imduzi have been repelled, but the infantry hasn't, and the T-72s will struggle a bit of doing so if the Imduzi's infantry sticks with the buildings. Same time, T-72 push of Chish in the south. Let's see how much success that has. It has a decent chance, though the double BO helicopter there makes me a bit worried. Still no AA here in the south. MiG-23 AA gets pushed back by the F-16, and it will once more get on the job with the Vulcan. Gets another kill here. F-16 with double veterancy really paying off nicely.
Two Shilkas coming out here to try to compensate for the lack of AA, but and another MiG, MiG-23 veteran MiG actually coming up. But there is so many Ihawks, Gepards. These are just better AA units on the West German side, though missing currently against.
Yeah, MiG-23. Not really with the best missiles equipped either, even with the slightly higher accuracy thanks to the veterancy, not getting on target. Seed getting hit once, but the MiG-23 will pay for it with its life. Or did it actually?
No,
oh my god, it got into warp speed situation just in time there to get away from the Gepard, zooming out into the skies. Yeah, artillery pieces hitting the Ihawk now, getting the kill onto the Ihawk. A good couple of blue units died here once more. 12 minutes 38 remaining. And I think the attack of Amduzi not the best here. The thing that keeps Amduzi in the game right now in my eyes are the BO helicopters. So finding a solution for those, finding some Iglas here in the deck maybe, could be the win. But there are just no Iglas, it seems like. No Iglas, no Strellas. It's a bit painful.
Yeah, the problem here is that as long as the Panzermersers are around here, smoke can be used to cover enough of the Bravo middle point to contest it. And with the amount of there being 0 vet Jaeger Panzerfaust, meaning that these extremely efficient 11-man squads for only 50 points can be brought out to hold ground and die again and again, and to basically work as targeting for the artillery, the bombers, and the tanks. 2 more Leopard 2s with more Jaguars and Marder Milans coming out from Amduzi, whereas the from Chicha's side, we're seeing Moto Aufklärer being brought here, I believe to replace infantry units, which speaks of the lower availability of infantry in this East German armor division compared to the very much availability of very efficient and cheap low-tech infantry units from the West Germans.
Panzer Jägers with Panzerfaust here holding off against the VP1 push in the center. T-72s holding off nicely. We have a Shilka in the south, but the Shilka is outranged by the hot missiles on the other side. Its range against helicopter only 2,475 meters, 2,625 meters on the 80 jams on the BO helicopters. And that's the big problem here. Not being able to push into the south, even though there are superior forces here. Well, there were superior forces for a good while. There are not anymore because we have Jaguars here now. We have a Leo 1 coming in to assist all this as well. And yeah, she's not able to get the capture points on. Might have to swing around towards Alpha with the push, but there's a BO helicopter there as well. And there are no Iglas there either. No Iglas and no Strellas, whilst being kept out of killing off the BOs with planes, which isn't what you want to do anyways with planes, because they are really cheap. Helicopters and planes are pretty expensive. But
the BOs are also right above the Ihawks, which basically makes it a one-way trip.
Yeah. Another seed taking out the Shilka? No, not yet, but the Shilka needs to be turned off immediately. And yeah, this is so funny because the BOs, like, helicopters are always named as a weakness of the West German decks, and it is kind of true, but the BO with its cheap price and its efficient ATGMs here, absolutely keeping Cheech on the back foot, completely
It,
dominating the battlefield. Not a
it,
unit
it
you would
all
expect it to be.
Yeah, it only has 4 health, which means any kind of man pads being deployed in one of these small positions in a forest line could just easily take it out with a single hit. But there are no man pads. I would like to once again bring attention to the hero of Cheech's or battle group here, which is the Spezialaufklärer of 2 men. That is for a long time here has been the most efficient and often only functional recon unit, making it so that Cheech has been able to design their own deployment based around what AIM-Juicy actually has instead of what Cheech thinks AIM-Juicy actually has. Now, obviously, more Moto Outlier are being brought here, mostly to do frontline fighting, but you can't underestimate the power of the Spezialaufklärer, especially making it clear where specifically stuff like Jaguars and
Oh,
BO-105s are.
Arm 70. Oh no! It doesn't fire the full salvo. Ah, it was just the remaining of a salvo. I thought Arm 70 would have an amazing salvo against the Jaguars and the Leos in the south. It fired on them, but it was only 5 missiles, so it didn't really do much damage. We see the T-72 now coming in with the smoke play here in the center, but the smoke has to be renewed immediately here. Currently, no artillery firing on it, so the T-72 won't be able to fully capture as the Leo 2A3 leader is still in there. And as soon as the smoke clears, a lot of tank and ATGM uh, missiles will fly towards it. And the T-72 there has a really, really bad time in the second when the smoke starts clearing. Yeah, it needs to get the hell out of there. Cheech getting a couple of seconds of tick, but the T-72 immediately dies. Artillery coming in on top of it as well. Seed still flying around here. T-72's getting hit by so many ATGMs here now. And it seems like Cheech still stuck down here in the south.
Yeah, Black Forest has always been a map in which the games are slower because of the points displacement and because of the way that the map is designed generally. So we very rarely see like all-in openers or aggro that much on Black Forest competitive games. But even then, I'm surprised about how just purposefully early the heavy tube artillery, the M110s, has been brought out by West Germans, and how just reliably efficient they have been. The vetted up, leadered up M110s have minus 40 reload time and minus 40% and minus 30% aiming time. And this basically means that there is so much less ability for the East German units to they all need to constantly be stepping in and out of positions. Otherwise, any one of them can be deleted by these two heavy cannons.
Yeah, the guns really doing a good job there. T-72 leader going down once more. We are down to 6 minutes here, and Sheesh still hasn't found a way of breaking the BO-105 deadlock that is on him. And I'm not sure if they can find a solution for it here, because it just doesn't seem to be any manpads in the 7th deck, and that's a mistake. Like, you should always have at least one card of manpads. They are just so flexible in where they can go, and other AA can't really follow them there, and especially against helicopters. I guess, yeah, expecting the air spam play out of the airplane spam out of Second Panzer the AA might have been changed up to be fully focused on dealing with that, but yeah, that allowed the BO-105 here to sneak in as the silent hero. Like, they haven't really killed much, but they have controlled so much space on their own here. These little, cute little helicopters, I really love the looks of them. Bit chunky, but yeah, lovely looking missile launchers as well. They're on the side. Would love to own one of those.
Yeah, it honestly kind of reminds me of Thomas the Tank Engine going to war, just blasting a bunch of, stripping a bunch of heavy artillery next to this very sympathetic little character. But the Feldepot has been used very like very rarely do we see even half of the Feldepot being used, and 8,000 left out of the 16K. So this means that the artillery has been firing, and like the supply has been actually used. This has not been a waste from Cheech's part, but Second Panzer Grenadier as well as Black Forest just work together because there is so much stuff to shoot, and there are not that many high value targets or concentrations. And Cheech could have tried to do like a push into the town at Alpha, and might actually be doing that right now. But Cheech absolutely knows that a division like 7th Panzer going against the Second Panzer Grenadier, the infantry tabs are just so different that any kind of one-to-one, even like one-to-one trading inside the enemy town in the long term will be in the West Germans' favor because the West Germans just have more infantry tab.
Yeah, the BOs also now nicely repositioned here, stopping the SPWs from getting actually in there. Pioneer Flammetron and Modjets and SVDs actually outclassing the West German infantry there quite nicely, but oh, it actually misses.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, that was a absolute. My heart skipped a beat there for a second when I saw that Metzgerwaffe coming towards those 4 squads.
Socialist workers had sabotaged the weapons of the imperialist West, it seems.
Yeah, the targeting there was just barely off. Metzgerwaffe missing the Modschützen and the Pioneer Flampadron, but it's only 3 minutes remaining, and I think the zoning here of Aim Doozy is good enough to stop the SPWCV from getting into the zone, and there is a Falter Medical leader in there, so it wouldn't even be enough to just contest it. At least it would maximum get a draw in this moment, and the question is there even a way in there? I don't quite see it right now. EO helicopter with a more couple of ATGMs, and yeah, the seed planes constantly flying over this. T-72s being taken out. Arm 70 trying to come in with one more last blast to allow the infantry and the CV to push in. But yeah, the BOs just chopping any kind of vehicle to move through. It's really, really painful.
Yeah, we're slowly seeing the 7th being ground out here, and it's game.
Yep. Sheesh realizing no way to get in there. Aim Doozy with a fantastic strategy here in game number 1. Getting the 1-0 lead in this best of 2 series. At least
Ooh.
securing a draw with that already. And yeah, good KD here in the end as well. Really well played. M110 artillery doing a fantastic job non-stop in this game. Forcing the enemy into the rear with the Luxus was a great idea as well. The second run didn't pay off, but it would have punished Cheesh if Cheesh would have moved the units away again. It was also good spacing between these two. Really, really well executed strategy here by AM Doozy. Not every attack went well, but the general strategy just was smooth enough to get the victory here in the end. And yeah, I'm excited for game number 2 between these two because I feel like Cheesh was really held back by that lack of AA and the miss micro against the seat. Outside of that, Cheesh's gameplay with the T-72s, not bad either. So I think this is a really contested series as well. Looking forward to match number 2. Quick break, guys. Then we're going to be back with map 2. here we return, and Evdozi in a good spot once more bringing their favorite division out here. It's Second Panzer Grenadier versus Chiefs Classic, the first UK on the other side. And yeah, let's jump into Chief's deployment for first UK. It's not his standard. Chief was one of the first players to really bring around first UK, even in times where everybody was actually believing that that UK suffered. Chief was using it in tournaments and was using it successful in tournaments because they were one of the first players adapting to the air spam potential of first UK. But we see a more standard classic breakthrough opener here in the center. But on the other side, what do we get here for Second Panzer Grenadier?
The Second Panzer Grenadier investing into the Fallschirmjägers as usual, and the Fallschirm Palamilans and snipers, but and in this case, once again, deploying very conservatively, not trying to take the Foxtrot point, which can be reached by forward deploying units, and going very mildly with only a single infantry unit and a single recon, a single ATGM, up to Echo, the middle point. Whereas the rest of the deployment with the Gepard, Marder, Fuchs, all seems quite careful and doesn't really imply any kind of a early push. Obviously, these two divisions are notable because of their forward deployment component, as well as their air game built around some pretty solid fundamentals of the infantry tab, artillery, AA tanks, etc. But we in earlier games we've seen Second Panzer Grenadier here go very heavily into artillery and as well as the aircraft. In last game, MGUC obviously ruined Cheech with the seed planes, but right now track rapiers are not seedable. Despite being only medium range AA, the seed plane is just not gonna have anything to shoot here, and I think it's going to be the forward deployment units taking kind of standard defensive positions, and both sides expecting the other one to maybe use the forward deployment component more aggressively, with both sides also respectively also wanting to go into the mid to late game. That is what this looks like to me so far.
Yeah, on the right side, Chish here, bringing the double Milan 2, bringing the Rover Milan as well. So it's really mostly about zoning out the enemy here with the opener, not too heavily invested into forward deployment infantry, so we won't see past games mistakes here out of Chish, playing the first UK, maybe the most out of all players in competitive play so far. I don't think anybody else has as many first UK games in tournaments as Chish. So we'll see if it works out, or if he maybe got figured out by now, or if he still has it. I think the chances are quite decent. The matchup against Second Panzer Grenadier is a solid one for sure, but yeah, we saw AMDUC being really strong with Second Panzer Grenadier in the last game, so no one to underestimate here with that deck either.
Yeah, though I do think that the slow British tanks will have a lot of problems dealing with Jaguars, the PA-1s, and a lot of the ATGM weaponry is more powerful against the slower tanks of the British than the faster tanks of the Germans here.
Yeah, but that's why you don't play much with the Challengers. You play with the Milan, the Warrior Milan, and especially the Milan Applique. The Warrior Milan Applique that has the Milan 2 missiles, which one-shots all the Martyrs on the other side, doesn't get one-shot by the Milan 1s on the Fuchses and the Milans on the other side, and yeah, is just a way more powerful IFV. But yeah, we will see how that all plays out. We have an F-16 in the sky from the get-go on the side of AIM-2Z to protect those Fallschirmjägers here. We have a couple of Gazelle rockets coming out. Trying to dive on them too early would be risky with the track drop here. You want to get them a bit of spacing between the track drop here and the Gazelle rockets before you dive, but obviously will come at the right moment for them to come in. Okay, Gazelles dive deep here. protecting himself from being targeted by the F-16, dodging the line of sight. Moving in now again as the tractor appears have pushed up, and this is already a interesting little chess opening here between these two players, trying to get as much space without any real risks on both sides.
Yeah, the Fallschirmjägers deployed further back, which means that even though the Gazelles can fire up at them, they're not going to have the best positions, considering the Gepard is right behind this infantry opener, taking out maybe half of an infantry squad here.
Ooh,
And
F-16 diving
despite
in
these
again, that's a mistake. The tractor appears already got spotted. Going in here is really risky just to get another 20-point helicopter. It is successful though, but risky play there by Mduzi. At least microing it on the right way out, not flying over the second tractor pier this time around. But yeah, risky play. Milan 2 now firing. Not getting the kill though. Good smoke
yeah,
there.
Aim Juicy manages to get a pretty decent control of Echo with pretty minimal amount of troops. I don't think Cheech has the Terrier Spara in the deck. Obviously, having the Terrier Spara in the deck is having basically a single unit card of 4 infantry units that are pretty mediocre. And damn it, we can see the track rapier get a kill. Diving the Gazelles is just too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think the Cheech's infantry tab is most likely has been designed for depth instead of aggro, and we're already seeing more warrior Milans and warrior appliques coming with more track rapiers. So do you think this could actually, considering the amount of light vehicles or lighter tanks such as the Leopard ones and the in the West German side, and the way that the Second Panzer Grenadier kind of relies on large fortified infantry squads in these buildings. Do you think Cheech is going to try to build up a autocannon blob and then just like go?
It seems like it, like having 1 or 2 challengers in front of it and then having a lot of warriors. The warriors beat the martyrs, especially because of the Milan 2 on the applique, and the extra frontal armor also making them somewhat immune to the 20mm autocannon of the martyrs. The martyrs, pretty survivable IVs themselves, but they can't really do all that. Ooh, Milan 2 here. Smoke coming out in time. Mduzi really good on the smoke play here. The micro there is on top, but good push here by Cheech already. Getting into the other side of the town and slowly pushing forward. Oh, yeah, that's the Martyr here showing off its 5 frontal armor against a normal warrior. There, the Martyr still wins, but we'll see how it goes against the Applique once they come around.
Fliegerfausten taking out a Gazelle, easy peasy. That's why you have even the cheaper old red-eye surface-to-air missiles. Even those can reliably just kill the 4 health cheap helicopters. Do not send your planes at them. And an M110, 4 minutes in, being actually 3 minutes in, being bought with a leader and a heavy artillery and a cluster plane, a high-level cluster bomber going out against the Challenger. The Challenger is trying to dodge away, but the Tornado does have did have a lock on, but the Challenger smartly moving kind of side to side and managing to dodge the high-level bomber.
Ooh,
A
Milan
Harrier
2
GR3.
going down to the bombs, but track appears on target. 3 of them around, all of them miss, and 1 of them at least get a hit. Yes, it can, but meaning only that the Harrier is out for longer repairs. It will stay alive here, will be able to come around again. At least 1 hit there after the first 3 did miss there. That's always a bit painful with the feeling with the tractor here, because they come in with only 1 missile usually on most planes, because their range is a bit limited. They have decent accuracy, but it's not great. So yeah, you don't get every plane that flies over you, but you get them eventually, and that's the important part. And the enemy can't hit you with seat, so you will tax them down as long as you keep them safe from artillery and ATGMs.
Jaguar getting a hit against a Challenger Mark II, Challenger Mark II running back with mediocre cohesion, and Warrior Milan's currently out there without the heavy tank support. And as I say that, the Challenger leader actually coming right behind to support this heavy investment into Challenger 2s early on. You don't often see that, but Cheech obviously knows what they're doing.
Yeah, we see some more rifles coming in. We see a couple more warrior Milans with gun groups rolling up here as well. Eager Panzerfaust under fire. Trying to push forward here, but getting repelled, and the amount of space taken in the town here, which is the only real point fought over, outside of the Milan 2 in the north, getting some nice hits against Cheech's supply units, but the real focus really is only here. And it's going decently for Cheech so far, at least when it comes to taking space.
Yeah, Aim Juicy bought the commander and the heavy howitzer, and now has the second heavy howitzer, but the first howitzer has not fired yet. Big missed opportunity. All of these fortified infantry that the Panzerjägers and the Fallschirmjägers are fighting against currently could be under 200 millimeter howitzer fire, and are not. A second cluster plane coming in against the Challenger Mark II. Will the Challenger Mark II be controlled against?
Yeah, it's you can't just bring that tornado. The tornado is decent when it is used against blobs. You want to have it in your arsenal, but you can't just bring it in against tanks that aren't stunned or anything. Like, it only gets reliable hits against tanks that are stressed and can't react as quickly, and or against things that are in deep forest. And this Challenger was neither. Also, Cheech had enough time to react, saw it early, and had no other things to micro right now, so you can't just bring the tornado in there and expect it to hit on the skill level. The drop speed of high level bombers may be a bit too slow still, should increase a bit so that those things get slightly more reliable, but it's for sure a mistake here out of Uzi to bring them around.
Another side information being gathered by Cheech by the tornado flying up saw that there was no Eyehawks. There were Fliegerfaust and a single Gepard, and even though the single Gepard did do pretty alright damage, this information has been gained by Cheech, so we could maybe expect to see Cheech trying to target the Gepard and get some kind of a air superiority for the moment, which is absolutely possible with the first UK.
Mehrzweckwaffe coming around this time. The tractor appears not quite in range to deal with it, so it gets a kill, gets out. Couple more infantry units here dying on the side of AM Doozy lately as well. But yeah, the warriors getting more and more numerous, the challengers coming around as well. We see double Milan 2, we see a warrior Milan coming up as well, and this is a really, really tense battle with Cheech getting a bit more ground bit by bit. Could try to engage the BO helicopter here as well, with the track drop here. The track drop here having more range than that helicopter. But for now, is fine with just contesting that middle, getting a +1 on, slowly ticking up to Aim Doozy's 348 point advantage that they got from bringing in CVs earlier.
Yeah, so two Harriers, the Harrier HE2s, the one that I love, the slow, cheap planes with a massive bomb load, going out there and targeting the Challenger 2, but flying right into the track up here. Even if controlled properly, they might lose these planes here, or at least one of them.
Missiles coming in, first one bites the dust, and we have a tornado on the second one, so both will go down. They got the kill onto the Challenger and the warrior next to it, so it wasn't a terrible trade there, forcing out the tornado as well, but it still means that those tools won't be available later. At the same time though, good rocket artillery hit here, or M110 artillery hit rather, onto the Sultan CV, killing off 2 CVs within a couple of seconds there, and that's always a win condition as well, making the enemy run out of control units, out of command units, and we might get closer to that now.
So the tornado clusters are coming in. They have been either repaired, or I'm not sure if they took any damage earlier, and they're now targeting the track rapiers actually. Yeah. Track rapier and Challenger, one of them going down.
Director appears going down. The tornado's also flying so high that the director appears don't really get good on target there, so they can't get the kill. Meanwhile, Amduzi getting the CV out of the center, away from the Abbot. Abbot, a bit better nowadays that it has the extra accuracy when getting closer, but still struggles to really get much damage onto the enemy with its small 105mm gun and relatively slow rate of fire for that, thanks to being a self-propelled version.
Yeah, and immediately after losing these commanders, Cheech bought a Challenger Mark II commander, which is an expensive unit at 270 points. And we could probably assume that if those commanders hadn't been lost, these points would have been used to do something else. So that is a small kind of tempo advantage for Aim-Juicy, giving Aim-Juicy more time to build up maybe the air blob or maybe something else. And the lighter 110 point 105mm Abbott self-propelled guns being brought by Cheech, with the funny names of Coap and Neski. Funny names for British people, I dare say. Maybe Welsh names. And Coac and Neski will try to compete with the massively larger German artillery here, most likely in destroying specifically this Fallschirmjägerführer that is holding the echo for Aim-Juicy.
Harrier HE tried to come in here, third one of those, being pushed back by a Tornado AA. We have Tornado's AAs on both sides now. They are identical in their weapon loadouts, so would be risky to engage with those. Meanwhile, the MR10s got rid of one of the tractor piers, so only one remaining after the other one got by the cluster. So AA network currently not great for Sheesh. More units need to come in. Another tractor pier and 2 javelins being bought, but that means another tempo hit here to that these push forces in form of chieftains, challengers, and warriors that you kind of want to have to get into the zones here and start capturing them.
Yeah, despite losing a bunch of units, it really does seem like the how do you say, the kind of opportunities in the game here are Cheech's. That Cheech does have the initiative here is Cheech's. Cheech is really kind of defining the way that this game is going right now, and Aim-Juicy really wants to get a series of good trades, preferably against these Challenger 2s, to open up some kind of a space where the M48 patterns and the rest of the tanks can start getting good positions, because going long range against the British tanks is just always going to be way more inefficient when you're second Panzer Grenadier. So if a piece of this Cheech wall gets removed, all of it could maybe crumble down, and we're going to see the PAR 1 try routing an IFV and getting a direct hit at the command Challenger with a cluster plane coming out there against the stacked up tanks.
Ooh, cluster coming out. Gets a hit. No!
Oh.
So close. Tornado cluster pays for it with its life. Unfortunate times there for Mduzi, as the CV was just barely off marks. And this is a risky push for Sheesh. Yes, Sheesh has the initiative, but that is by putting all units in, all eggs in one basket, all units forward, because if you look at that, if the front line ever gets broken by a couple of bad trades, there's nothing protecting Foxtrot or Bravo, really. There's a couple of scimitars, one Rover Milan. Those units can be rolled over quickly. So the challengers and chieftains here need to stay alive, and yeah, these two here surviving the cluster bomber run is really, really important.
I think looking at the dispersion of those cluster bombs, it was pretty good RNG for Aim-Juicy that the damage was that high, and also, of course, if the challengers weren't so slow, that could have also been been a better trade against the cluster plane than already was. But sending these Jaegers from Aim-Juicy's side, the Jaegers are not really succeeding anything. The 3 Abbots now are targeting down the Fallschirmjäger, so even if the the front line here is not the strongest on Cheech's side. There isn't that many tools that can actually stop the blob from growing, especially not after losing the cluster plane.
Yeah, tornado losses are always painful, and the Leo 283s here on its own as the only tank, nice kill. Yeah. On the BO, we see a CH coming in as well. Jaguar and Leo being pushed back there by a great Paramilan positioning there. And the artillery of Imduzi lately, not with as much success as at the beginning of the game. Now going to try to kill off a helicopter in the ground. Immediately gets the sniper. That's a good one. Important supply helicopter there getting killed off by the first round. Now you want to target a new unit. And yeah, those units might be the win condition here, kinda, for AMDoozy, the M110s, because they did really good last game, and they have a lot of work cut out for them this time around, as outside of that, the numbers all seem to go into Cheese's favor.
The supply helicopter is being targeted by the Abbots. It needs to get up immediately. Ooh. Another wave of planes coming, 2 tornadoes.
And yeah, that shows the difference between Abbott damage and MR10. MR10's got the enemy Chinook with the first hit. CH here actually surviving 2 near hits of the Abbots and is able to get out of there alive. But yeah, is low. Whilst AA fight here on both sides, pretty dangerous. Tornadoes get out there, but damage dealt to both sides. Challenger versus Leo 2A3. Jaguar getting involved as well. It's not stressed out at all, so yeah, the Challenger needs to smoke off, needs to disengage there. Doesn't want to take that fight at all.
Yeah, the large amount of recon units, the SAS patrol being able to do the spotting here for a long time without even even if it's not spotted, these positions where the recon units and the elite recon units are generally positioned are pretty predictable, so they can be targeted. They can be pre-targeted by heavy artillery.
Wow.
That is currently right now not targeting anything, and the SAS patrol just giving Cheech the scoops on not just the CH-53s but also on the Leopard 2 currently moving in. The aim juicy doesn't really have the initiative, because any kind of movement that they do with the Leopard 2s can be countered by the slower tanks, because the slower tanks tend to have a better info. Though currently AIM-GUC also has pretty good info, partly because of the Fliegerfaust actually spotting a bunch of these tanks here. But after this Fliegerfaust is done, getting engaged now, suddenly, boom, all of the recon is, not all, but most of the recon is gone.
Yeah, artillery here coming in nicely. Panzer, Leo 2A3 going down. See some Mother ones trying to hold the line, but the Challenger and Chieftain Pack is just seemingly out of control here at this stage. This looks pretty GG at this stage. Yeah, helicopters this time around won't save you. The drag rapiers are this time here to hold off any kind of BO swarm, and yeah, they outrange the BOs by a decent enough amount that the Challengers just can roll forward, and this is really Cheech in top shape here with the first UK. That's the division that Cheech is the scariest with, and it really shows here. That play was just so clean up to this stage, and it keeps on just cleanly going forward step by step, taking out a Milan 2 now. I don't see a way how AMDoozy can stop this right now.
Yeah, this would require an incredible overextension from Cheech's part, and I'm not seeing that happening right now. There is also that the when units auto target, am I correct saying that they generally target the highest value units? So when a Leopard sees a bunch of Warrior Appliques and a Challenger Mark III, they will target the Challenger Mark III.
They go for what they perceive as the highest risk, highest danger, and that's usually is like price is a big part of that. It's not always the highest priced unit, but yeah, it
Yeah.
will target the challengers there over the warriors. So this combo, you will have to micro actively if you want to shoot down the warriors. And the Leo 2 here now being under heavy pressure, Jaeger trying to hold the line, but it seems like Cheech is on a good way to a draw here right now, as I don't quite see how to stop this push anytime soon here.
Yeah, the warrior appliques being able to shoot all of the Milan 2 missiles, and as well as providing like close range, much needed soft attack force power for the challengers which don't have 50 cal machine guns. The warrior challenger combo seems to work really well, considering that anytime any kind of fighting is going to happen, the enemy is just going to be shooting at the challengers, and they're going to be shooting at the challenger until they get hit by a 24 pen missile.
Yeah, we see a tornado is here now flying over everything, where the warriors rolling forward. Scimitar's coming in to get down this push as well. BO's now being brought in. Rapiers this time around not quite up there, but the challenger's actually hiding in the smoke that was set up by AIM Doozy themselves. Challenger Mark III pushing through here now, and that will murder the Leo 185 there. Getting it down to 1 hit point, stressing it out completely as well. Oh, taking a side shot there though, because it shows side armor in a really weird angle, but Tornadoes and Jaguars coming around here now. There is two Eyehawks on the battlefield, so the Jaguar might live a bit of a dangerous life there, but the +2 is still going on, and Cheech just has to be careful to not fully overextend here. Like, the only thing that could kill Cheech at this moment was A-clicking a bit too much into BO helicopters, but that's not happening really either. Tornadoes and Jaguars doing a good amount of damage here as well, and challengers get retreated before they die. So the situation once more just improved here for Cheech, and I don't see a Leo-less battlefield here working out. And like, no Leo 2s on the battlefield here right now, and without those, you can't really push this back.
Yeah, and one more fact about the warriors and the warrior appliques: they are actually 72 kph, which is the same speed, off-road speed, as the AMX-10 RC, the race car. So they have that little bit more of survivability.
Yeah,
Is
it's a
just
bit
help
ironic, right?
fights.
That
Sorry.
the nation that builds the slowest tanks has the highest IFVs. Like, you would expect them to be on a similar speed to cooperate with each other, but no. Like, the other nations having fast tanks and slow IFVs, and Britain here being all about the racy IFVs.
Well, there is actually a historical reason for this. The reason why the British tanks are so heavy and so slow is because they were designed to fight at the northern German plateaus, where they were basically expecting to fight these very defensive battles, where the tanks mobility was way less important. Historically, the British Army has actually, during the modern times, post World War One, they have actually put a lot of emphasis on mobility. So the reason why the tanks are so slow is purely because they were put up there in the North Ag area, where they just decided that this was going to be a better investment. But when it came to like outside of this World War III scenario, the British Army has actually been pretty consistent about wanting to have light and mobile units with heavy weaponry to be able to like kind of serve their infantry doctrine.
Yeah, still, I feel like it's kind of funny that the other nations it is the IFVs that all lag behind in speed off road, and for the British it's like the IFVs uh, racing ahead, and both sides not quite being able to have the similar speed formations going on, like the Martyrs not being able to follow up the Leos, and here it's the Challengers not being able to follow up the Warriors. Not the perfect design on either side, really, for the perfect combined arms, at least when it comes to playing them as a video game general, lol, and having to micro them forward. But yeah, it still leaves the Warrior as maybe the fastest APC,
I
The,
believe
the
so.
most armored, it's the fastest IFV, but or you could see it as a really, really well armored APC. Either way.
Yeah, I mean it also has transports more troops than other transports, other NATO transports at least, with a full squad of 7 guys instead of the 6 guys or 5 guys that are being brought by the Americans or the Germans, and the French don't count because their IFVs suck. But I don't know. I do like in the game that you can have kind of the challengers hold up this strong front line, and then you can go and peek with your warrior appliques and go shoot a Milan 2, and then retreat with a pretty decent speed and survivability. So I do think that not every combined arms force has to be a blob, and the first UK is less blobby than the West Germans, for instance, for this reason. But it doesn't mean that they can't be used well in combination, as we can see with Cheech sending another warrior applique just a little bit further to maybe pick out an extra kill with a Milan 2 here.
And yeah, there
And
we go. Imduzi realizing that there is no real hope left in this one, and Sheesh gets the equalizer here on the board, gets the 1-1 out of this. So both after week 1 with a point on the scoreboard, leaving both with still good chances for the playoffs, but having to win further maps here for sure to get closer to that. And yep, GGVP to both of them. Great series here. Interesting play. It's good to see Sheesh still having it with the first UK. And I'm really looking forward to see what they will bring in the upcoming weeks.
me too. I heard a certain box of a wooden variety has also played some league games, and I'm sure in the upcoming days and weeks will be. I hope I will be asked to cast these games as well as the T-Man games.
Yeah, we for sure have a lot more games coming up over the next couple of days and weeks, guys. For now, I'm gonna have it to send you over here to Team and Place now, as I have some other stuff coming up IRL. So yeah, thanks for joining once more, guys. Also, check out Chloe's channel, guys. Don't forget to do that. Leave a follow over there. Thanks for all the new follows today. And yeah, if you want to help out the channel in the future, consider leaving a Twitch Prime if you have one lying around, maybe. And
Yeah, I need the money also. I'm a student here. I work like 1.5 jobs.
And yeah, we gonna send
Yes.
you over now to Team in Place, who is just about to start his stream because, yeah, League game over. His end is cancelled. That's, for example, one of the things that I will have to figure out now to find a replacement for Navosta.
Yeah.
And yeah, see you
And,
around, guys.
and, and, and I'm sorry, and quickly for my fans, I will restart streaming this weekend. I haven't been streaming that much, partly because my voice has been done done after doing these long casts. But I love doing these casts, and I would never skip on them. Team and stream, go go go.